We better do what the timer says. Well, I'm here. Eventually. Yeah, I had a couple of streams weren't played, Peanuts. So I had a family member that passed away nearly a week ago now, and been a lot of things going on, paperwork and organisation. A lot of things to do. But I thought I would just throw together a bit of a stream for tonight. I think I got everything going. Paul's even got a scientist A and L. No, without a clue, I got no idea who that is.
Oh, you want a clue, do you?
Even with a clue, I usually have no idea.
So today's scientist named the elements carbon, hydrogen and oxygen. He also established that water is a compound of hydrogen and oxygen, and that sulfur is an element.
Go. Hope that's not wine.
It is.
Oh.
Even better.
Shiraz or Merlot?
Huh?
Shiraz, Merlot?
Cab Sauvignon.
Oh, good stuff, mate.
Long as it
Clive got it
doesn't,
right off the bat.
as long as it doesn't come out of a box, it's okay.
No, this is actually quite a nice one. It's a schoolhouse headmaster.
Nah, not Peter and Pete.
Yeah, that's two world-renowned scientists for you.
2 and 2 makes 3.
Yeah, water's water, not H2O.
Clive World's got it right.
Ah, good on you,
Good
Clive.
Go on, you Clyde.
Antone Lavoisier.
Antoine.
Antoine Lavoisier.
Lavoisier.
Lavoisier. Oh, there's the triggered Limey. Where you been, Limey, lately?
Hey.
Yeah, we haven't been streaming because we haven't seen Limey. We blame Limey.
Sorry.
So what's been happening out there in the wild world of Derpland while I haven't been streaming?
A lot of derp.
Derpin.
Last thing I remember is one of the times I was over on Geo's server with SE and his hump thing again. Trying to go through that again.
What's he humping?
Oh, SE with his hump.
Oh, God.
He's still on that. I mean, literally every glober and every flat earther has told him that he's wrong about that. So.
Oh yeah.
The hump.
I was even with Bandy. I think it was last night. He was, you know, when you get two theodolites facing each other and you line them up, and it shows that they're out of alignment because of their positioning at from each theodolite. He couldn't figure out why they wouldn't line up from their own individual positions. He was trying to create a scenario where you take one and you create its horizontal where it is, and the other one or something. So I even showed him a video of somebody doing something to what he's actually trying to say, and he just dismissed it altogether.
Yeah.
Is that right, Zevlon? Bev made the shocking discovery that horizontal is level. Wait a minute, I've heard that before, Zev. I'll send you how you haven't had Lindsay for a while.
Oh, Lindsay. Good on Lindsay.
Yeah, you
Crikey.
haven't had Lindsay for a while.
Horizontal.
Yeah, old mate.
You must be in withdrawal by now.
Level
Yeah.
is horizontal.
Hidden knowledge is worth something. Friction creates a philosopher. Finding your soul.
That was nice, that, wasn't it?
That seems to
You
be a
need
separate one.
to be able to measure something.
Yes, Bev.
Level is horizontal.
So do you want to just play random or go in order?
Random's fine.
Random? Well, I was thinking random if we're going to get, since we're so far behind. We've got the flat earth model explained in 30 minutes. Okay?
Oh, oh,
Oh, God.
Why does it take 30
Switched
minutes to explain it? Pause it there. Get it up to Lindsay speed. Oh, he's got a clean whiteboard. Did we miss something?
What? A clean whiteboard?
Well, almost clean. There's no writing on one side.
I'm probably going to get some dog balls up there and titties and
Yeah, that's right, Doggers. We all now know that water levels show water to be level. What's that?
Don't think I've ever visited a building site where they've actually used a water level.
probably in Roman times, yeah.
I know I never did.
John said, I've triggered Limey. How you hanging? Limey goes, one lower than the other, John. I'll thank you to stay out of my personal affairs.
Of course, what would I know? We just built power plants.
Okay. Ready for the P word. And
Procrastinate.
play. Where's the any key?
Welcome to another video by Flat Earth Philosophy. This video is a bit more based on the celestial bodies and their movement on the Flat Earth design. Yesterday morning, Monday morning, I happened to catch a little bit of the Globebusters weekly session, and someone on there is claiming they can see the crux, the southern hemisphere crux, from 20 something degrees north hemisphere. If he goes up this mountain, 1,000 something feet or metres up this mountain. And he's up there at night, and he's claiming in 3 or 4 hours he will see the crux come up over the horizon. So I'm sort of estimating that's going to be about midnight. If you've seen my previous videos, you'll realise I mentioned around about midnight you'll see an alignment from the northern hemisphere to the southern hemisphere. So him seeing the crux from the northern hemisphere, I am very doubtful that is what he's doing. So I'm going to explain how, why I think he's not doing it, and what he's actually seeing. Okay, so there's the Flat Earth design, right? Looking down on it, on a hole. If we could look down on it, that's what it would look like. But we can't, of course. You've got the star rotations coming out of the north, mirrored from the south. As they come out of the north, they come out of the south here. And they come across our arc of horizon in the southern hemisphere, and then disappear because they come back around to create a cardanoid. But that half, this is the negative that would go under the Earth, the field. So, I mean, half this would be classed as daytime. So, whatever we're seeing looking north in our horizon, or wherever you are, in your arc of horizon, you'll see, you're only seeing half the picture, because the other half is daylight. So you don't see what's happening after they go down. They come around during the day, swinging around the black hole and come out again, around by where the sun is. And same with these guys. You just see it go across your arc. We're all sit under an arc of horizon. It's like your own personal dome, 180 degree symmetrical arc, 360 degrees all around you. Because you're from the hole, you're from this hole looking out. You can only see half at a time, can't you? Half is night, half is day. So I've said in previous videos, something's coming out of here, it's coming out of here, and say midnight, it's going to wander all the way around here to this point. And if it's coming around to this point, it would have come around to this point on the northern side. There's the southern hemisphere, northern hemisphere. This is the only time you start seeing alignments. It has to be on your dead straight meridian, north to south. North to south. This is a new pen, believe it or not.
Well, when you leave the damn cap off for 10 minutes, it quits
North
working
to south.
too, doesn't it?
They'll curve out around here, swing around there, and you start losing them because they actually drop down into the tropics and disappear. That's when it starts going negative and back up again, but that's another story. So you'll get an alignment from here and here. That is dead straight. The only point on the flat Earth model where you get a dead straight north to south is in the tropical gap. Otherwise they follow this curving line here, which is the rum line, or the spider web in celestial navigation. The curving magnetic fields, the Coriolis effect is created here. There's your other one. So what I'm saying is this guy up here, 23. Crikey, what's going on here? This is Dove 2. He is actually seeing his northern horizon crux when the southern one gets to here. Because what happens from the southern hemisphere, I'll see it start up over there in the southwest, and over the night it swings around. It swings right up close to the tropical gap, celestial tropical gap, and swings back around that way. So in the middle of the night, it's just about up here. So the same thing's happening up north. But it's not obvious because this is the star picture in here, the main picture. Out here they're way more dispersed and weaker, and they have the Milky Way splattered over the top of them, so you've got an overlay. But so I'm declaring he is seeing this image here not the southern image. And the way to suss that out is he needs to go up there with a camera, take the picture if he thinks he sees it, use the same camera and do a time lapse, but with another camera, get the picture and take a star trail. Because the star trail, from where he is, he'll be in the northern hemisphere, so he'll be seeing, how's he going to see
wow,
that?
this is going to be interesting.
He'll see the southern hemisphere in the distance, in the horizon like this. And he'll see his northern over the top of him. If he's viewing dead, it'll be a south, it'll be a north.
What?
If he's viewing dead north-south on that meridian.
Hang on.
The zenith,
Hang on there.
that's the meridian, north-south.
Something's not right with this picture.
If he's here, or there's south, he'll be here. He'll be seeing there. So this is how we can tell. He'll see the tropical gap here. You can see the curving lines of the star trails.
How?
That
What?
way, you can determine which hemisphere is it in. People have switched on to this sort of thing. It's this is where Orion's belt comes through. In the spring, the 9 months of the year, okay? The Orion's belt's always flowing around here. See what's in this gap here, this divine gap, is not connected with the rotations. Okay? All these stars rotate because they swing around here and they disappear down. Actually, the magnetic field disappears around there. And obviously, the stars aren't flowing down there. The magnetic field flows down there, but the stars keep rotating because you're getting a rotation from the central vortex. It's all reflected out here. So these stars basically are doing this. They come right around like this and swing back into there, and then come back out again for the next night. But each day, it's there's a new set of stars. So this set of stars one night will have a new set of stars 4 minutes ahead, west. And these old ones drop back that 4 minutes because the sun has raced ahead by 4 minutes a day. The sun is quicker than all the other celestial bodies. Science wannabes won't know all that stuff. So the other thing is, another way of drawing it is like this. There. What does it look like? This comes through like that. Orion's belt. So you get the magnetic fields all warping like this. It's dead north to south, straight through there. You start looking slightly east or west, it starts all warping like this. This is north. That southern rotation is rotating all the way around the north. This rotates all the way around. As this turns, it reflects its image out here. This is what's going on. So, okay, you got that? I don't think he's seeing the crux in the northern hemisphere.
Huh?
Well, actually, you'll see his.
I think you need
I'm
to
saying
explain
can't-
it
you won't
again,
see the
Lindsay.
southern one,
You
you'll
lost
see
me.
his northern image.
Oh, get Mr. Squiggle out.
Now, some people are saying this flat earth model, is complicated. It's not complicated at all. All you have to do is imagine a, well, what have we got? We'll use this bowl over here.
Yeah, start again right there.
Imagine that as a pancake, and you've got a dome over it like this. It's not a solid dome, it's the magnetic field. It's the flux. And the northern hemisphere is flat. The southern hemisphere curved down like this. Because that's what the flux does on a magnet. Take a ring magnet, for example. And Earth is like a ring magnet. But you've got the central hyperboloid in here, the vortex, central vortex. And it comes out. This coming out creates the flat zone in the northern hemisphere. There it is there. But you've got the tropical gap that you've never been taught about. There's only one person in the world came up with that one, or realised that one. And it's all written in philosophy, ancient philosophy. It's all going to be described in my Patreon page. If I don't shut that down, so that's been corrupted. We'll see what happens. There's the tropical gap. The magnetic field comes out, comes along here, straight down the tropical gap, through the Earth, up and over, and back down the Capricorn side of the tropical gap, back up to the centre again. That's the recycling
Hey,
system.
just give us
all
the
way around.
bird.
That's not hard to imagine, is it?
You see that?
And that tropical gap, this tropical gap here, is a blown up vision of what's happening in the centre vortex. What's happening in here? you see that you've got the ecliptic plane. That's the ring of fire. All the planets are on. You take that and you put it here. There's the ring. So, how can I explain that? So, in this
Ring of
here,
fire. They've got a cream for that, haven't they?
this ring of fire is this coming down and that field coming up. So you've got an inner field and an outer field coming up, and bang, creates the black hole equilibrium, place of rest. And this is where the sun is. So this, you've got to imagine this is the ecliptic plane. There's the ecliptic plane. And there's the sun on the ecliptic plane. And all the planets are moving around this ecliptic plane. Around there and around here. That is a blown up vision of what's in here. The place of inaccessibility, the place of thought, the place of just basically nothing. You can't get to it, you only have to imagine it. But it's a blown up version out here. And physics knows all about this, the electron pairings and all that. This is what they're doing here, they're pairing. Now, there's two different fields though, one's a positive, one's a negative. And what I've been calling is the negative coming up out of the earth and the positive coming down, but it's like an EMF. It's coming out of the centre gap of the tropics to be fed back into the centre. So this comes out of the tropics. And then we're getting stretching the story out again now. But just follow me, this is how it's working. So these are pairing. They're finding their pairs. Bingo, they find rest. Equilibrium. Equilibrium. This is how we get Earth. Earth is created from that stillness. In there, Earth comes out of here. This is how we get the moon. There's the sun. This is how we get the moon's image. It's from there. Well,
Oh, Lindsay.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah, those guys with the moon theories about the Earth being imprinted on the moon. That could be right, you see, because the sun. If you look at the sun, if you relax your eyes when you're sun gazing, you can see a pattern on the sun. It's probably a pattern you see on the moon.
Don't look at the sun, boys and girls.
Because the moon is the negative image of the sun. The sun moves around, so does the moon move around. And the moon phases because of the separation. The black hole, this whole picture here, is obscuring the light from the moon. But it works the other way around to science. If the sun is peering around the corner of this whole system, it will dissolve the moon. The moon has its own light. It only shows its own light if the sun's not touching it. At full moon, it ends up right around here behind the sun. And the sun
The moon goes
is always
behind the
reflecting
sun.
this way across the whole.
Okay.
And see, all this is the Milky Way. All this is in the Milky Way. The whole thing's in the Milky Way, actually. The whole thing's in the Milky Way. The moon could be outside the Milky Way. I haven't thought about that. But there's no
Oh, you hadn't
sunlight
thought about
hitting
that
the
one.
moon.
Okay.
This is why we get full moon, and it's behind the sun.
We get a full moon
So
behind the
there's
sun.
there's your Earth, there's your southern field, north, flat field, southern field. There's your vortex to the tropics, the tropical gap.
You got it drawn over here, Lindsay. What are you really drawing it for?
So what's happening around here, the ecliptic plane, which is in the centre of creation, is exploded down here in our tropical zone. So we see it in this area here. That is a blown up image of what's happening in here. So it's going around every day around here. The planets, the sun, and the moon, but the moon spirals into the centre and spirals back out, but it's staying in this ring. It spirals out, spirals in that ecliptic plane. Here's another picture. So you imagine the moon over the month spiraling out like this every day out to full moon, and then it spirals back in again. So the overall picture is a Fibonacci out here to a full moon, and then it spirals back in again. And that's what all the stars are doing over the night, over 24 hours. They're all doing the same thing, just on different paces, different times. Just like the sun does 2 to 1 to the moon cycle over a month. The
Terry,
sun does 2 to
Yeah.
2 to the 1
could you just
cycles to the
pause
stars.
for a minute?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the moon can be seen 24 hours a day, depending on where you're on the Earth. So it can't go behind the sun. So how did you work that one out?
Oh, he's got an explanation for it.
Oh, okay. Right.
Over the year, we'll look on the top of my head. So there's your northern hemisphere, right? The south is down here, south. And the star rotation you see here is projected up from the centre, because it's a centre vortex forever turning in here. So there's your northern hemisphere. And Polaris is in the centre. Why is it in the centre? Because, well, it's just off centre actually, because that's another image of the sun, straight up. You're not looking at the bright sun this way, you're looking at it down through this way. You're not seeing the sun, bright sun. You look down on someone's head, you can't see his eyeball. And this is where you get the parabolic image. Parabolic is a flat projection up top here, created in a curving mirror. Will create this rotation down here, going the other direction. So one will be going like that, the other one goes like this, south, north. That's not very hard to understand, is it? And so basically you've got these nice symmetrical arcs coming out of the north to the south, all the way around the flat earth. And they are called meridians. They are the meridians. And guess what? Every man has his own meridian, his arc of horizon. Man has his own arc of horizon. That's how he sees things. And everything comes back to him perpendicular from his arc of horizon. He's down here, not up there. Remember, science say light comes in parallel. See, they carry these lines out. They're still not parallel, but they work on this curve here, and they want you to think you're all about here on the ball, on top of the magnetic field, not down on the flat, fixed and stationary Earth. Okay, you're down here. You can't debunk it. It all makes sense. So and these forces is what science calls the gravity. That's the constant they call gravity. And this is why they think you stick to a ball. It's because of this force here. No, this force has created, it's stripping each other electrons, finding equilibrium. That's the pairing, I should say. Finding the place of rest. They're not all finding the place of rest. They're passing by each other to keep the system flowing. Some find their partners, some don't, just like we do. We don't all find our partners and get married. This is, you call that the Earth's reincarnation. Life and death, we call it reincarnation. Or in your living life, you know, you might see a beautiful woman and you miss her and you get the next one when it comes along if you're lucky. That sort of thing. But these are the two forces that create the black hole. And everything must fall back to the state of inertia, the place of rest. Okay, so we all fall back to Earth. We all fall back to Earth. Now,
Yeah, rub it all out, Lindsay. It does make sense.
it's pretty straightforward, I would think. And then you've got to think of Earth. Choose another colour. Earth, the flux. There's the vortex, centre vortex. We dwell in here, we can't get into the zone here. This is what science has to call space and the vacuum, because in our atmosphere, it's layered. It's what's called a firmament. They're gaseous layers, and it's all related to moisture. All starts with water. Water, as it rises, it expands. Expands as it heats. But you can think of it as heating, but it's pressure, reducing pressure. Because we're all held together here by pressure. If we go up there, we start falling apart. The atoms start stretching, you're basically turning to gas, the liquid in you, the water. This is what water's doing. It goes up and it's spreading apart, thinning out so much, it becomes gas, helium at the top here, which was known as Helios, the sun, up the top here. And that's why it's called pure white light, because helium is the pure lightest gas. And they're changing states because of lightning.
You just got here.
I
Ionising the
know,
atmosphere and
but I
changing
don't
the
know.
state
Something
of one
about
gas
seeing
to the
him
next.
up close.
So if you imagine them as noble gases. There's a French physicist back in 1700 and something, prior to the French Revolution, whenever that was. Apparently they chopped his head off because he knew stuff, so that would be thanks to the Jesuits wiping out history. He knew that all this water can be turned to gas and then brought back to liquid again. And that's exactly what it's doing. All the moisture is thinning right out to pure helium, and it gets sucked in the stronger vortex in the middle here because the sun is here. Remember, the magnetic field all flows back into the centre here. It flows up, down the tropics, across here, up to the centre. Not all gets created at the black hole in the sun, so it will flow out, come back down, and go back that way. So it's forever going like this, all the way around the ring magnet. So it's been created in here, it's getting pulled back into the centre.
Helium and oxygen?
Vortex. And it passes by the sun and all falls back to Earth through mist. Anybody working up in Antarctica for the Freemasons, NASA, whatever, all know this. All the mist going back to the Buford Gaia, the big vortex up there in the Arctic. Now, somebody asked, what's causing the rotation, the vortex, what do we call it? Whirlwind. Whirlpool. That's created from up here. Because it's voidance. These are avoiding the black hole. So this thing here, field here, is going around the black hole. Because the sun moves around the black hole. So the whole thing's going around the black hole. So it's in the sun, but it's avoiding the centre. It's avoiding the centre. So that's what creates its spin. Because they're avoiding creating the spin around here, avoiding the centre hole. That is projected down.
Ah,
Yeah.
2713. There you go.
Did I get that right? Did he say that water is helium and oxygen? Because he kept on going on about Helios.
Yeah, Helios, somehow when you rise up.
And that it was helium, not hydrogen, that was one of the two elements that make up the compound oxygen, the compound water.
Yeah, don't break your brain trying to analyse it too much, Alan.
I won't, but I was just like,
yeah, I know.
He's crazy, isn't he?
Yeah, we all break apart or something and turn into helium. Yeah, that's right, Tooth Nerds. It ends right in the middle of his sentence.
Good old Ozzie.
You think he would have learnt by now?
You'd think so.
No.
Well, he usually walks over to his camera and checks how many minutes he's got on it or whatever.
Oh, that was entertaining.
You think?
I'd use a different word.
Yeah, I
myself.
would too, Limey. I
Yeah.
definitely
Yeah.
would.
Bollocks would work.
Box, yeah, that suits it. Yeah. There you go, I might. Blimey. Oh dear.
What a horrible thing to wake up to.
Oh God.
Have you been missing me
Get the
streams
notes
for the
on.
last week or week and a half? I think it's been.
No, I've just worked out that I have not been missing your streams, actually. No, I was doing quite well without them, it seems.
Was that be because I didn't stream for the last week and a half?
Eh?
Is that because I didn't stream for the last week and a half?
To be honest, mate, I have not even been paying attention to YouTube. I kind of just needed sort of, I don't know, get away from just dealing with fucking like idiots and that, you know, making video on twats and that. So I've been just doing like a lot of fucking game streamings on the other channel and stuff, working on a couple of videos, but
Yeah.
I don't know, I've been enjoying myself.
Yeah. It's good to hear.
Yeah. It's good to be back though, even if it, you know, start my day off with fucking Lindsay.
Yeah, I haven't been streaming because my mother-in-law passed away a week ago.
Oh, I'm so sorry, mate.
Yeah, I've been a bit sidetracked with sorting stuff out, and I just haven't been able to stream.
Yeah, it's understandable.
And I haven't been following
Shit, man.
like you said, I haven't been following the YouTubes and the Discords a lot to really think about what's been going on out there as well.
Is the wife holding up okay, Terry?
Yeah, she's coping. She's as long as I do I'm doing all the paperwork and sorting out a lot of stuff to help her out as much as I can.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of that to go through too.
Yeah. The service is on Tuesday, so we've still got that to go through yet. That's going to be the big day, I suppose. Well, so do we do bottle caps or do we do something else, do you think, Paul?
Well, you can do a bottle cap quiz if you like, but I've got something a little bit entertaining, a little bit light-hearted to take your mind off Lindsay. If you like, I can share
Yeah, I don't
that.
know if I...
Is it repeatedly smashing our heads against the wall?
No.
Well, it might help.
You might smash your heads against the wall with laughter.
It might help.
No. This doesn't require you to have any knowledge whatsoever, Limey. So.
Oh, sweet! That's my ballpark right there.
You'd fit right in there. Right?
Yeah, awesome. About time. About time you catered to us.
Fuck yeah, we're qualified this time.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here we go.
Oh, here we go. Hey.
All right.
Where are we? Let me see if I can get this going. There we have movement, so there must be something going on. All right. Okay, funny classifieds. So people can write some funny ads like Lost Miniature Douche Hound. Red with black stripe, short hair, named Nabby. A douche hound. What do you use that for, I wonder? Dear.
I guess that's a dog that licks your twat clean, isn't it?
Maybe, yeah. For sale by owner, complete set of Encyclopedia Britannica, 45 volumes, excellent condition, $1,000 or best offer. No longer needed. Got married last week. Knows everything.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah. Will the person who got hit in the head with a tomato in the 1950s please contact such and such and such? Wonder how many people actually responded to that. Yeah. Soccer ball, signed by either Pelé, the former Brazilian soccer player widely renowned by most experts and fans to be the finest player that has ever existed, or by some guy named Peter, $75. It's probably the latter, right? Yeah. Used toilet paper for sale. Selection of brands and designs. Call for details and prices. Oh dear. Easygoing, athletic. SJM 41, seeking SF, single female. Looks not important. Must be tall, slim, and attractive.
The looks are not important.
But looks aren't important. No. Yeah.
That's a catchphrase, that one.
Yeah. Vibrator. Used twice. Great condition. $10. Ryan. Ooh.
Battery not included.
Yeah. Wanted. Somebody to go back in time with me. This is not a joke. PO Box 322, Oakview, CA 93022. You'll get paid after we get back. Must bring your own weapons. Safety not guaranteed. I have only done this once before. What?
I kind of want to answer that just to find out, you know, like just to see what the process is, what this guy thinks is taking him back. I imagine it's LSD.
I imagine it's something like that.
If I had to guess.
Yeah. Surgeon wanted for a new health clinic opening in the area. No experience needed. Must have own tools.
I got a cordless screwdriver and an impact wrench.
Yeah.
That's enough.
Okay.
That is enough. Yeah, you can definitely do it with that.
Yeah. Here's a bargain. Turkey for sale. Partially eaten. Only 8 days old. Both drumsticks still intact. $23 or best offer. Oh, dear.
Oh, the drumsticks are still there, so I think it's a bargain.
Yeah. Pig, I saw you at Ticky Blob's. You grabbed my butt, and I told you if you did that again, I'd kill you. You did. I need your address. Outdoor nativity scene. No Mary, Joseph, or Jesus. $100.
Oh, it didn't come through, Paul.
What is it then? If it's a
Chopping up, mate.
nativity scene,
Oh, we're still seeing pig.
it's got no Mary, Joseph, or Jesus.
I think we're losing Paul.
Oh, sorry, yeah, it's a bit. On nativity series.
If you can hear me, Paul, we're still stuck back on the pig.
Hang on. Hear me?
You're breaking up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, hang on. I'm trying to fix it.
Are you okay? We've got outdoor nativity scene. No Mary, Joseph, or Jesus. $100. So what did we get? Just the cradle with a block of hay?
Hang on, we're listening.
Yeah, he's probably got to reset his... He seems to have a lot of issues where he is with his internet.
Clearly, the flat earthers are hacking him. I mean, that's what they'd say about us if they were having internet issues, so it must be true.
Yeah, that's
Must
right.
be
Everyone tell the ducks to run faster on their little wheels.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
No.
can hear you now.
Right,
I can't.
I'm on my phone's hotspot now, so
Okay.
that should be all right.
I still can't hear you, mate.
Yeah. So outdoor nativity scene. No Mary, Joseph, or Jesus. $100. So I don't know what else there should be in a nativity scene. Maybe nothing much else.
No, there'd be a cradle and a block of hay.
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. All right.
How are you going to share on your phone?
Yeah, that's all right. I can. Still,
Okay.
Is it still sharing or not?
No, you're not sharing.
Oh, okay. Hang on. Let me let me fix that up then.
Yeah, I didn't want to scare you.
No, it's all right. It's not a problem sharing on my phone. There we go. You can see it now.
Yeah, we're looking for a female.
Yeah, looking for a female, apparently. Looking for a female companion to help my friend take care of his draft horse and small farm on Sugar Island. Must disappear when other female companions show up.
Disappear. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's what you're calling it these days, a draft horse. On his small farm.
Yeah. Have Viagra. Need woman. Any women between 18 and 80.
Well, at least he came prepared. He's got the Viagra to start with.
Sounds a bit desperate, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. Zombies seeking brains.
Brains. Her kid's okay. Read the bottom bit.
Yeah. Pony for sale. Looks like a small horse.
Really?
$900.
A pony looks like a small horse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Really, yeah.
I'm glad they clarified that.
Yeah. It's like I went to a concert once and like it was a mandolin and guitar orchestra. And the guy was explaining what a mandolin was. And he said it's like a small mandola. And someone asked what a mandola was. And he says it's like a large mandolin.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sale. Due to the down economy, I am forced to sell my collection of Star Trek portraits in order to continue paying for my World of Warcraft subscription. Each one is hand painted by myself. Please call 603-570 blah 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 blah. If my mum picks up, ask for Warlock. Oh dear. Human skull, used once only, not plastic, $200 or best offer. You'd hope it'd be used once only. Maybe. In some situations it wasn't even used at all. Free to good home. Beautiful 6-month-old male kitten, orange and caramel tabby, playful, friendly, very affectionate, ideal for family with kids. Or handsome 32-year-old husband, personable, funny, good job, but doesn't like cats. Says he goes or the cat goes. Call Jennifer. Come see both and decide which you like.
The cat or the hubby.
That's very clever. Very clever.
Yeah.
Tired of working for only $9.75 per hour? We offer profit sharing and flexible hours of benefits. Starting pay $5 to $7 per hour.
If you're making too much money, we got a deal for you.
Yeah. we got it. Yeah.
We can take care of that.
$19.95 Nissan Maxima, green, leather, loaded CD, auto start sunroof, 4-door, good condition, $4,500, not for sale.
Huh?
Okay.
Is that,
Say what?
Is he just bragging or something?
Yeah.
Yeah. For sale, collection of old people. Call 253.
Okay.
Some kid trying to get rid of his parents.
Yeah. Lester, this is Dawn. Please be assured that I will be getting married no matter what you or my dysfunctional sister have to say. We might have to go to Canada or Mexico, but we will be getting married. I get what I want, and this is very important to me. Lester, you have a few secrets of your own that you want to keep down low, so watch out.
And
Okay.
Ooh.
Alrighty.
I think Leicester's under the thumb a bit, right?
I think
Yeah,
Leicester's in a spot of trouble here.
I think so. Yeah. Waitress needed. Must be 18 years old with 20 years experience.
Ooh.
Okay.
I don't know how you get that.
I don't know how you work that one out.
Potty chair, solid oak, light brown stone.
Yeah,
That was worded quite how they wanted it to be, right?
Right. Quartique, yeah, got a bit of use on it.
It's that solid part that gave them a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Free to good country home, 3/4 Roddy, 1/4 Shepherd, 3 years old, female, spayed, very intelligent, loves to eat live rabbits and kittens. Loves to play ball with kids. Call after 5 p.m. Dear. Miscellaneous magnetic levitation achieved simply, inexpensively, genuine free flight with ordinary magnets, $5. Instruction booklet, Magnaflight.
Oh, that's a Lindsay project, isn't it?
Oh, I think so. I wonder how many people bought that being disappointed when all they got was a couple of cheesy fridge magnets in the mail.
Yeah, I was just thinking of that fridge magnet.
Yeah. Yeah. Wanted to lease excellent secluded hunting property with black bear population away from the lying, cheating, asshole government cocksuckers. Needed for this season and possibly long term anywhere, Perico.
Okay.
He's been told that he can't hunt, probably.
Yeah.
Looking for someone to do yard work, must have hula hoop. What kind of yard work is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh dear. Honda Civic 96. AM, FM, CD, low miles, good condition, speaks Spanish.
Okay. A Honda Civic that speaks Spanish. That's unusual.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's rare, that is.
Yeah. Wanted, air traffic control. No experience needed. We train high school grads, 17 to 34. Great pay, benefits, must relocate. Since when don't you need any experience to be an air traffic controller, hey? I guess they've got to start somewhere.
I'm down. I'll give it a go. Fuck it. It looks like fun.
Yeah. Used tombstone. Perfect for someone named Homer Hendelbergenheinzel. 180.
I'm sure there's someone else out there named Homer.
Yeah. With the same surname?
Uh,
Hendelbergenheinzel.
Okay.
That's a
okay.
pretty common surname, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you can change your name legally. If you get a good deal,
Yeah.
it might be worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, why do you want to get your name changed? Ah, because my tombstone's got that name on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I pre-bought it.
Yeah, it's like
Times are
personal-
tight.
I'll read the
Personal-
ad, but Limey can follow the instructions, right? A tall, well-built woman with good reputation who can cook frog's legs, who appreciates a good fuchsia garden, classical music, and talking without getting too serious. But please only read lines 1, 3, and 5.
That's great. I can't actually see the side words very well because of my screen. Hang on, if I come out of full screen, it'll put me on. All right, so a tall, well-built woman with good legs who appreciates a good fucking without getting too serious. That's brilliant. That is brilliant. Very well done. Very well done.
Super Bowl Party.
To be fair, didn't he spell fuchsia wrong then?
No.
I thought it had an S in it. Why am I thinking it's SC? Oh,
It's got an SC.
you know what? So he should have put the C in fucking down on line 5. It
Yeah,
was
he
so
should have.
good,
Yeah.
and then he just disappointed me with
And
his
then-
fuck up.
then he
How
ruined
dare
it.
he? Damn it.
Super bowel party. Yeah. Full-size mattress, Royal Tonic, 20-year warranty, like new, slight urine smell. No, thank you. And that's it. There you go.
Ah, thanks.
That was good. That was a good collection, sir. Nicely done.
Where do you find this crap? I mean, content.
Content.
They're both.
Real world.
They're both. And it gave me just enough time to create my own meme. from a screenshot of Lindsay. I just need to save it. And
oh, when you give the finger.
No, actually no. I didn't even think of that. I might do that next time. I'm going to share it in the Discord. Anyway, I do all my picture editing in my video editor now as well, and so it just saves kind of weird. I just changed the file name anyway. But yeah, all right. Shall I just chuck it in special place?
No, don't chuck it there.
Or where's
just fair suckle?
Random picks?
No, just chuck it in fair suckle. Do for now.
Fair suckle? Where? Oh, fair suck. There we go.
If you want to keep it, you can throw it in random picks.
Oh well, I've got it on my computer anyway.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, the file's too big. Hang on.
Is it?
Because it exports. It exports in 4K.
Yeah, I haven't got a boost thing.
No, me neither. I'm paying for, I don't know, what is it? You can go up to like, I don't know. The prices are stupid anyway. Let's just see.
We've got a lurking space mat around somewhere because he's saying here, Limey. Over there.
Yes, except if I was in the wrong place, I wouldn't be able to see that here. Although I can see that here, so that's
you lurking out there, space mat.
All right, let's see if this. There we go. That's good. That's the right size now.
Okay.
It took me. I had to fiddle about a bit to get the text underneath the arm, or the hand.
Or the
but
peanuts.
I don't know. I just thought it was kind of.
Yeah, well, the peanuts are looking at it now.
Cool. I thought it was kind of fun to have a little bit of white space there. So I don't know. I wanted to get creative. I'm still sleepy, so fuck off anyone that doesn't like it.
To-do list: fall out of bed. 2. Still dazed. Have ideas.
Yeah.
3. Fired up the old YouTube. 4. Speak bollocks. 5. Rinse and repeat. Shit. What comes after 5?
It's not, the greatest, but it's a work in progress.
That's okay. I did want to play the Gary one because he posted it in. Where did he put it? Any other vids? That's right. Yeah, Gary.
What, Gary Wabenga?
Yeah, he posted another lesson for Jose JG and his posse of nitwits. I got no idea. I got no idea what. Obviously, it's not going to make any sense, but.
Well, no. But if it made any sense, it wouldn't be worth watching from Gary,
exactly.
would it?
Actually, can I say something here?
No.
No.
That doesn't make sense. Everything Gary says in it is correct.
Oh my God! Really?
Yes. Sorry.
Is it correct, but then interpreted incorrectly?
That's the one.
Yeah. All right. I get you. Yeah, we get that sometimes from Gary, don't we?
It perfectly shows why. Oh, I don't know. Crepuscular rays are parallel, not diverging.
Nice.
But you know, Gary talks a load of bollocks and has a dig at somebody who's missing today, unfortunately.
Oh.
Well, that's all right. I'm sure they'll get back to him. You know, like they're probably at the top of his list of important things to care about. Oh no, what am I saying? Right. Well, while you guys are going to play this video, that is a perfect time for me to watch the stream on my phone while I go outside and have a cigarette or two.
Okay then.
I'm sure farmers really won't give a shit what Gary has to say about him.
Oh yeah, definitely. All right, I'll catch you guys in a bit.
Hey, go for a fag, mate.
Afternoon. Last
Good
month we
evening,
looked at the
Space
first
Matt.
section.
Right,
What's you been up
That
to?
was Dan talking. Hello, John. Long time no see.
Yeah, how you going, mate?
Not bad, you.
Yeah.
I've gone and done a thing.
Okay, I hope you're able to clean it up.
It's a bit messy, yeah. You know how it is. No, I've gone and bought myself a telescope. I'm going to dip my feet into astronomy.
Oh.
I've only gone and bought one. Yeah. Well, it was a bit of money I had left over from the government payment, plus some late birthday money from my sisters. So I had a bit of money left over, so I went and bought one.
Okay. You did a bit of research and get one that's appropriate.
Yeah, I did. There was one. It was pretty well reviewed, and it was good sort of price range within my budget. So
A
refraction.
Was it called a refraction one?
Reflector.
Reflector
reflector.
one,
I got you.
yeah.
Yeah. So I'm looking forward to that. Should be here by Monday.
Cool.
So, what did you get?
I shall tell you in just 1 second. It's a Celestion. I'll tell you in a second which one it is.
Celestion or Celestron?
Celestron, whatever you want to call it. Let's not be picky how it's pronounced.
Tomatoes,
Celestron 31045 Astromaster 130 EQ reflector telescope.
Wow.
With obviously with an equatorial mount. And I've got a DSLR camera adapter coming. Not that I've got a DSLR camera anyway, but that came with a package. I've also ordered a moon filter as well. A moon filter.
Yeah, I hope it sees behind the sun, mate.
Yeah, well, I'll get a sun filter as well. I thought it'd be good just to sort of, look at the moon and stuff and get used to using the telescope, be comfortable with it, and then start looking at other things.
Matt, can I make a suggestion?
What's that?
Get yourself a phone holder to put your phone in front of the eyepiece.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm looking at the moment as it goes. Yeah.
Because you may well find that will give you results as good as trying to get yourself a DSLR, without needing to get a DSLR.
Yeah. I was just looking at smartphone adapters just before I come in there. Actually, I found one I might buy, but I'm not sure. I don't know anything about the company I'm getting it from. That's the only thing. So I'm just making sure I'm not going to get scammed. I
mean, you can literally hold your phone in front of the eyepiece and take.
You could, yeah, I could do. Yeah,
but it's a heck of a lot easier with a holder.
Yeah,
it
indeed.
doesn't really need to be anything too fancy, as long as it will hold your phone in the right spot to put the camera.
Exactly. In. Yeah. I've seen people use an elastic, a whole series of elastic bands and sticking it on there, and it seems to work. So yeah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, about 5 or 10 quid or something.
It kind of helps if you can hold the camera so the lens is at the eye point correctly.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
That it should be good.
Yeah. So you think it would be just as good as a DSLR?
I think it would not be worth spending money on a DSLR if that's what you're going to use it for.
Yeah. All right. I'll take that under advisement.
Sorry, correction. I know it would be money better spent than buying a DSLR if you have no plans to use a DSLR for anything else.
Yeah, true. Yeah, true.
In
That
fact, if
probably
you were
wouldn't
going to
use
go
it.
down that road, Matt, you'd be better off looking for a dedicated, like sensor to stick in your eyepiece instead of a DSLR.
Oh right, okay, yeah, that might be an idea. Yeah.
Yeah, plug that into a laptop or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Not a bad idea.
I always forget about those, but yeah, those are probably better deal if you're just looking.
Yeah. Because you can get them reasonably cheap now.
Yeah. Of course, you
I
can always
found
do it. You can always do it the manual way. You get a box of crayons and just draw a picture of what you fucking see.
yeah, could do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, funny you should say that. What I'm planning on doing, one of the things I want to do is I want to familiarise myself with the features of the moon. You know, the different craters and seas and things like that, and really sort of like find my way around the moon. So actually, funny you should say that. I was thinking of actually sort of doing almost that. Really, is looking at the features and then trying to sketch it into like a drawing and just build it up bit by bit. You know, and label them and stuff like that. I thought it'd be an interesting process to do. You know, over time.
Use Flash. They already got that done.
Yeah, I know they have. Of course they have. But you know, just still be fun to do though, wouldn't it? And test my artistic skills. It's artistic or autistic? I'm not sure which.
So is the first crater you're going to look at going to be Aristarchus?
Aristarchus. And keep Pete Shea happy.
That's the only one I know.
It's one everybody knows because Pete Shea goes on about it all the time. Aristarchus.
There is that bogus crater as well, right?
The what crater? Sorry.
Bogus.
Bogus crater.
Bogus. Oh yeah. For a second, I thought you said something else. For bogey crater? What's that? What is that?
For the astronomers in the room, what's the really obviously big round one that's kind of in the lower in the lower parts of the moon for us people in the northern hemisphere?
That is Aristarchus, I think.
Yeah, I think it's one the most prominent, isn't it? So
Yeah, the really
probably
big
is. Yeah, it probably is Aristarchus.
Okay.
Yeah, so looking forward to that. And I found a nice spot which is reasonable distance away from any light sources, you know, street lights and stuff like that. So, which I've found, so should be good. It's only about 15-minute walk from where I am.
Yeah.
On a riverbank.
And if you're looking at the moon, it's not too much of a problem anyway, because it is.
No, it's not. It's too much of an issue. Yeah, exactly. No, it's just other things. When I start looking at other things, I need to find a reasonably dark spot.
You can get a filter that will filter out a lot of the streetlight stuff. I think it kind of tries to take out that sodium band.
All right, yeah. Oh, I didn't think you'd be able to get filters for that kind of thing, but I guess you can. I mean, most of the streetlights we have here is the orange types.
Yeah.
You know, that orange, horrible orange colour.
Filters that. Well, the sodium one, of course, is the properly yellow ones, the sodium ones.
Right.
That's very monochromatic. So yeah, you can filter for that quite well.
Yeah.
Because somebody suggested I got one for my for when I'm shooting, and my biggest problem is I'd need one that's 95 millimeters in diameter because I'm using a telephoto lens with a big fat front end, and not a telescope where you can put it on the eyepiece end. Good afternoon, farmers.
Hello, farmer. Boy.
Hey, farmer. I was wondering where you were.
It's alive.
I was painting the fence.
Ah,
I've
Oh,
never
excuse-
heard masturbation called that before.
Like in,
Is that what they call it nowadays?
like in the Karate Kid when he had to paint
I mean,
the pants.
maybe dipping the wick.
Oh, there's. I've still got some on my glasses when my paintbrush. flipped
No,
back.
don't-
Yeah.
let's not take that any further, Limey. You're right. Just calm down.
I'll tell you what,
Calm
mate,
down.
Bad try.
That's getting bloody hot out there, and the last panel was in direct sunlight. It's like, yeah, quick, come on, just fucking get it on. Melted. It was all right when I started at about 10 o'clock this morning.
Oh, you're just in time. We were just about to take a look at your friend who wants to call you out for not knowing what types of angles of what.
My
Is it Gary,
friend-
by any chance?
Yeah, Mr.
Gary,
White.
why bother?
Gilly.
I'll just go and put a second coat on. The other side will be ready again now. So yeah, I'll see you later.
Oh, you
Does
missed
that mean I've missed Lindsay?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can replay it for you. Wait a minute, I'll just get it up.
Oh, God, no.
No, don't feel obliged on my behalf. Please.
Well, I wasn't really meant to be streaming, Farmer, but I thought I'd better tell
Yeah,
the
well,
peanuts what's going on.
I mean, I'd left my phone in the kitchen. The door was open, so I would hear it ring if on the odd chance anybody rang me on the Saturday morning. But no, I think when you sent that message, I'd come in, had a cup of tea, gone back out, and sort of started on part 2.
Yeah, I didn't say to get in here. I just said, what did I say? Where are you or whatever?
Oh, yeah. Had I not sort of chosen this morning to make a start on it, that would have been a different matter. But once you get started, you think, I mean, this job should have got done last year. So I thought, right, I've got it. Let's do it. I'm glad to sit down. But it's been nice doing it with the howl of the motorbikes in the background and sort of going, oh, that sounds like the 250s.
Is it an area like for dirt biking, or?
No, I live in Silverstone.
I have no idea where that is or what that's like.
You never heard of Formula One, Silverstone Grand Prix?
Oh, no.
Well, this week it's MotoGP, so it's the motorbike version of Formula One.
Nice.
And as the track is, let's get me bearings right, that way. The corner of my room. It's 3/4 of a mile that way. So I've been out in the garden thinking, oh, that's Moto 3. That's the 250s. And then when I just come in, I'm not sure. That might have been the big boys out. Job to tell. But if the wind blows from the direction of the track, you hear everything. And you just have to try and guess what it is. Yeah, it is. But it's also a weekend for not going anywhere because it'll be chaos out there, particularly tomorrow.
You don't know what racing is on a tarred circuit that goes round in circles, like me.
Well, I know that, but like I didn't know that particular place had one. I haven't watched like racing for many a year. I don't get out much. What can I say?
Maybe you ought to. Having said that, I've lived here 6 years. I've never actually been on the track. I've been round it, on the road one side and on the footpath the other, but I haven't actually been in the circuit and watched any racing because what's the point? I see more of it on the
Why
telly.
bother? Just fly a drone up above it. You can watch it for free.
Well, you probably get a better view on the TV anyway, don't you?
You do.
Telly?
You
So,
do.
what's the point?
I had
You know?
I had mates who raced motorbikes years ago, and I used to go and sort of throw spanners at the bikes for them. So I've been to most of the race circuits in the UK. I've seen it from that point of view, being in the pits, frantically fixing broken motorbikes as the rest of the pack goes past, So it's like, it's almost a case of been there, done that. I'm not overly bothered. And there aren't many circuits in this country where you can see most of the circuit at any one time, with the possible exception of Mallory Park. Most circuits, you have to pick a corner and just either stay there or sort of say, do one corner for a bit and then move to another corner. You don't get to see much of it.
Fair enough. All right. That's enough stalling from you, Farmer's Boy. Let's check out Gary.
Yeah.
God, do we have to listen to this you moron again?
Look, we all had to listen
Well, I
to
haven't
Lindsay.
listened to it.
Well, at least he doesn't. At least he only tells lies about facts. all the facts he puts in there are actually correct this time.
Just
Just
go,
told what about them.
just
Is
ask
he-
him what parallax is and see what answer he ever gives you.
Oh God, no! Please don't do that. No, don't do that. Oh God.
or what a vanishing point is. Or
Well, as I proved some months ago as well, my son now understands more about parallax than he does, and he's 11.
by the way, I had to apologise to postman this morning.
What's all that?
Books.
Yeah, what kind of books?
What do you think?
Oh God, tanks.
What
Tanks,
do you
more
think?
tanks.
Because he had to lug it a short way, and he stood there out the front door, and he stood there with that look on his face. I said, "Look, I'm sorry, they had a sale on." They did. They get a bit heavy when you lug them around for a bit.
Yeah, they would do.
Yeah.
Are you going to show us the labels? The covers or whatever you call it. Nuts and bolts, yeah.
Nuts and bolts.
That's a series, but they're most of them are out of print, so they're difficult to get a hold of. And I'm making a model of that at the moment. So of course I bought the book for it. What else we got? Let's see. Images of War, Panzers 1 and 2, because I've got. That's what all. That lot are. They're all Images of War. So that's all part of the series. And Hitler's light tanks in the same series, and American wheeled armored fighting vehicles in the same series, and Hitler's defeat on the Western Front in the same series, Armored Warfare and Z-Waffen SS in the same series.
Z-Waffen SS.
Z-Waffen.
And as most of these Haynes manuals, certainly all that end are on tanks and armored vehicles, there's another one.
Oh, Haynes.
And armored car.
Yeah. It was cheap. I thought I'll bung it in the collection. So
do you know what I've actually found in a lot of cases? You know the Haynes manuals. They often do sales on this. So it's actually cheaper sometimes to go direct to Haynes website and buy it from them than go to Amazon. I found that with the whole lot of books that I bought. Not so long ago.
All bar one of them actually came from the Tank Museum. I happened to look on their website and they said they've got a sale on, and I thought, oh, I got a sale on, and yeah, all of those ones were a $5 for each.
Oh, nice.
So I thought, yeah, fuck it, why not? You know, let's have some. But now I keep looking at my bookshelves and thinking, where am I going to fit them?
So if you could get a tank that belongs to that Haynes manual, you'd be able to service it.
The best one for that is the Haynes manual on the Tiger tank. It goes into quite good detail as to what they call the first parade, when you inspect the tank and make sure it's ready to go, and how to start it, which is a 2-man affair if you're not using the electric starter. Because there's a handle that goes in the back and it takes 2 of you to get it going.
Well, you don't clutch start it.
There's a dirty great big flywheel in the back, and you have to get that flywheel going. And to start with, it's a 2-man operation to pull the cranking handle round to get the thing going. And then once you get it up to speed, you take the handle out and there's a little thingamajig you pull inside, and that engages the flywheel with the engine and starts it up. It's quite apparently it's quite a knack to it. So some of them go into quite a lot of detail. They're quite interesting reads and say actually how you'd use these things day to day. Not that I'm ever going to get to start or drive a Tiger tank.
Well, isn't there only the one that drives?
At the moment.
M2M's put a thing. Any ideas how we
I've
get
started a poll.
Farmer's Boy off the subject of tanks?
I should have done a proper poll, shouldn't I?
Yeah, you should. Huh? Why didn't you do that?
The choice is smack him round the head, mute him.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do. I can't do polls, can I? Because I haven't got a thing.
But in this case, Terry, it's your own damn fault because you asked him to show you the names.
That's right. Yeah,
I was quite happy not to show you each and every single book, but I wasn't.
I didn't hear any. I didn't hear any objection.
It's not the first time this week I've been threatened with violence over the internet, because Jim did that to me the other day.
Oh, did he? What did he threaten you with?
He came into Jose's and spouted his usual bollocks, and I said, "Oh, you're talking bollocks," And he immediately went off on one at me, calling me all sorts of foul names because I'd said he was talking bollocks. And then, he said, of course, I'm from the East End. And if you ever said that to anybody East End,
you get a smack. Yeah.
So we've now got an older gentleman in Japan threatening me across the internet, and I'm here in the UK. Yeah, well done. He was not happy.
He wasn't, was he?
You would say that to my face. I said, I bloody would.
And he got very upset when I said he's the epitome of Dunning-Kruger. He thought that was an insult as well. So he gave me a blast of different names too. Silly sod.
But it kind of is a bit of an insult, isn't it? Even if it is true.
What, the Dunning-Kruger thing?
Yes.
But in my defence, he was talking bollocks.
Well, yeah, this is the problem, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, hey, I weren't being rude. It was just a statement of fact. He was talking bollocks, as he generally does. Oh, this one. Right, yeah. I know what he's
Can Gary go at Lindsay's speed?
Yeah, you can, because he talks so freaking slowly. You could probably do it at 175, to be honest.
I'll try it, Lindsay.
I think the problem with this one is he's also very quiet. It's almost like he's whispering.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can we just somehow play it? Wait, how long is it? 8 minutes. Can we do it at like 32 times speed? 15 seconds is more than enough.
I think you're better off just listen to some cows for 7 minutes and 54 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'd make more sense.
I could just take a quick stroll around the back. There's a few there.
Posse of nitwits.
They make more sense than he does.
Okay, then.
Go on, then. Let's have it.
Here we are again to do another little short video on why angles matter and why angles of surfaces are important. And by the way, everything in your field of view has a surface. Everything, from the ground to anything in the sky, any object you look at has a surface. And your angles to those surfaces make a difference in how you see things. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 squares here. They're not quite square, but 7 similar squarish
Angles, Gary.
So from this angle, you have a pretty good view of all of them. They're pretty similar, but this would be like me standing somewhere off looking at a building with different levels. Now, if I was close to the building and looking up, you'd have a whole different result. So here we're looking straight on. 90 degrees is about in the middle, and we're looking at a building. But now let's say I go to the bottom of the building and I look up. Are those squares going to stay squarish? Are they going to take up less visual space, especially the closer to the top you get? Look, you can even see the sides slanting in. When I'm dead center, the left side and the right side are both slanting inward. If I'm closer to the left side, the right side is slanting inward. If I'm closer to the right side, the left side is slanting inward.
Doesn't it?
So obviously,
he doesn't understand
the
perspective.
Top and the orange space next to it take less visual space than the green and the blue at the bottom. Now I'm going to get even closer to the building. My angle to the top is getting very acute, not obtuse.
No,
which Farmer's Boy, by the way, was incorrect. I had no obtuse angles in the one video from yesterday. But that's Farmer's Boy.
Straw man.
Now, as I get closer, you can hardly see the black. It's just a little thin line. But the blue and the green here at the close end, you can still see quite a bit. But none of they don't look square anymore, right? But of course, as I move away, my angle to the building changes. And those
they're not disappearing bottom up though, are they, Gary Belland?
Even though they're all the same size. The angular size of each section is equal, but not when you view them from acute angles. Then suddenly they don't.
I'll just take a nap. I reckon I'll put out more sense than him if I'm asleep.
Okay, now I need 2 big squares.
Yeah.
These are squares. And we're going to show how a visual angle makes a difference in how you see those squares in your field of view. Here, they take up a large portion of my field of view, right? Here, we can even...
They just don't seem to understand, do they, right? When something disappears because of, diffraction limited angular resolution, it's because it's getting so small that your eye cannot separate it from the things around it. So in essence, it's almost like it's kind of just, well, it's shrinking. There's no disappearing from top, middle, or bottom. It's just shrinking until your eyes can't distinguish it anymore. The reason we can still see the ship and it's disappearing from the bottom is it's because it's going over the fucking curve. How hard is that for them to understand?
Well, if you're going to deny there's a curve,
almost from top to bottom, right? Now, what are those squares going to look like when I tilt the board down? This is right now. It's like I'm looking straight at the building from a little ways away. So my 90-degree would be about in the
like
center.
You're looking at the building from an
so
angle, an elevation
any angle
about
upward or any
half
angle
high
downward will have an effect on what you see visually because the angle becomes acute. So anyhow, I'm going to tilt the board. I know this is all your guys' favorite thing, but you guys don't seem to comprehend, so we have to repeat and show this. By the way, Flatzoid recently did one that had something like this in it too, where he colored the things to show you how
now he's citing
they take up
Flatzoid.
more or less space.
I mean,
when your visual angle is acute. And
the area
I've done it
that
before
the building
in video
takes up in his field
that I
of
made a
view
long time
is
ago.
now
But
acute,
anyhow,
isn't it?
you're going to see these squares.
But
Now, don't look quite so scared, do they?
Where are we measuring the angle from just the angle from his eye?
Well, if you look at the bottom of the building where it's been folded away from you, that's definitely an obtuse angle, isn't it?
Yeah, that is, but I think he's talking about the angle where it meets his eye. So from the top of the building to his eye and the bottom of the building to his eye, but that angle has become smaller because the building is taking up less space at the far end. So that angle is now acute.
Yeah, but let's face it, the angle that's important to him to make stuff disappear from the bloody bottom up
is definitely, it's definitely the obtuse angle from...
the obtuse angle at this end of the thing.
Yeah.
That he now has laying down.
Yeah. Of course, I've never seen a building lay down, so, you know, I'm going to ignore him.
I have got very close to the bottoms of buildings and pointed the camera upwards to get some really strong forced perspective views of the building looking like it's tipping backwards.
Yeah, very cool. But yeah, I think it just, that's probably where he's getting confused, isn't it? Is because it is like right now that is a very, very obtuse angle at the bottom of the building. Like, well, if you're looking at it laying down. But yeah, I don't know.
And now the left side, if I'm more in line with the left side, it looks straight up and down. The right side looks like it's slanting inward. If I go to this side, it's the opposite effect. The left side looks to slant inward while the right side is straight. Now you can see the red. I've only tilted a little ways, but the red has the appearance of being smaller than the blue, even though they're the exact same size.
And yet it's not disappearing from the bottom.
So as I get more and more of an acute angle to it, that red is just taking up a pretty small space. The blue is much bigger space. Remember, they're the same size. And this is the kind of thing that Jose and gang doesn't seem to comprehend.
Dealing with stuff that's really close to it. So the difference in distances is significant. Because, you know, the red square is twice as far away as the blue square is. Therefore, it would appear to be half the size, half the width. You know, because that formula that Red's rhetoric is so fond of saying, you know, that one with the arctangent in it.
Oh shit! Yeah, I can't remember.
No, I can't remember it
what
either.
it's called. Yeah. Fuck. But yes, it works. I don't think Gary would be able to quite use it very well.
We think just because the angular size of all those are the same that you're going to see them the same, but they're not. Acute angles change how you see things, acute angles to surfaces. And remember I said everything in your field of view has a surface. Those are gift boxes on the table
Breaking
here.
news.
And they have a surface. The fence in the background has a surface. This is a surface.
Really?
This is also a surface when it's straight up and down.
Shocking, isn't it?
No,
The
right.
boxes have a surface there. If I had my camera higher, of course you can see the surfaces here, surfaces of the table. Everything has a surface. If there's an airplane flying in the sky, it has surfaces. How your angles to those surfaces are determines what you see in your field of view.
Well, I think an airplane having
And
a
once again,
surface
remember, your
kinda
field of
helps.
view is determined by
Otherwise, it's not
elevation.
going
And the
to
higher
fly,
you are,
Gary.
the wider your
Yeah,
field of
really.
view is, with far more depth and distance at center frame. But once again, acute angles, acute visual angles, it compresses the information into less, we'll just call it pixel space. Take an angle measurement to these two squares. Count the pixels. Which one has more pixels? I have an angle to both surfaces. But why does the back or the top one, the red one, look so much smaller than the blue one?
Perspective.
Sucks to be a Globie.
But he's also trying to demonstrate
the stuff that you guys have to pretend.
The perspective of 3D objects, or they're using a two-dimensional drawing as well.
Right at the very start, though, he mentioned me. I mean, that was a total straw man, because in the video we'd watched on Jose's, he'd got 0 degrees looking down at his feet, 90 degrees looking across at this pole, and then he claims that any angle above that is acute. Well, I'm sorry, if you've gone from 0 to 90 and carry on up, you've now got an angle that's over 90 degrees. And what's an angle that's more than 90 degrees?
Obtuse.
Correct. That's exactly what I was on about. And he just went, no, that's not what he said at all. I'm just going to pretend Farmer's Boy said something else.
Did you just say twat then, quietly?
It's weird because I
bell end, yeah, I know. He's a wanker, yeah, I know.
You know?
Yeah, look,
It's like you read my bloody mind. Well done, that's awesome.
I mean, I'm happy to put some more money in the swear jar, but I reckon if I don't actually say it out loud, I can get away with it.
Nice.
I don't care. I owe a lot of money already, so it just makes no difference to me. I'll just say it.
Oh, no, well, you see, I am happy to put money in Terry's beer fund. I mean,
yeah, Terry's beer fund.
Paying for the Zoom, because that's obviously what it's for.
Well, that's definitely where it goes.
What, the beer? Yeah, I know.
No.
Down his gullet.
Well, Limey still got credit because he tried to beat the system.
Yeah.
Oh, he paid in advance. He prepaid his swearing.
Yeah, I know. I don't know where he must have been somewhere he read the fine print, or he missed something somewhere.
I'm ahead of the fucking curve. There you go. I used a little bit for you right there.
Yes, he's pushing his luck.
He's probably won an out of credit by now, I'm sure.
I've got to be close to out of credit, you know.
Well, he hasn't been here for a while, Matt.
Having to watch all of these cunts.
Well, I haven't been.
A few quid right there. Just that word there's a few quid.
That's a tenner in itself. That
That is a great word, but it does describe Gary and Lindsay so well.
No, they're not that useful.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
Lindsay's just a fruitcake. Gary's everything else.
Well, I like fruitcake. Can you be saying I don't like I don't know, liver?
Carrot cake, because who makes cakes out of vegetables?
Yeah, carrot cake. That's what everybody wants.
Carrot cake is lovely. Don't knock carrot cake.
I never used to
carrot
like
cake alone.
carrot cake, but then I realised as long as you make sure every bite has some of that frosting that's in the middle, it's amazing.
It doesn't take carrot cake. Does not taste of carrot. It just doesn't. Everybody
it
goes,
doesn't
"Bleh,
taste
I
of
can't think
carrot.
of it more revolting. It's like eating a
Gets you
vegetable in
your-
a cake. It does. It
Gets
just
you your
doesn't.
fibre as well. Carrot cake's
Farmers, I bet you haven't even eaten a carrot cake. I bet. Yes. try a carrot cake one day. It tastes sweet. Tastes like another cake.
Oh, that's better.
It's
Tastes like any
lovely.
other cake. It
It
doesn't
is
taste like
lovely.
carrot.
Why
Coffee
the fuck would you
cake.
put carrot in it then?
How
It doesn't
about-
taste like carrot though.
But
That's the
why
thing.
would you put carrot in
Because
a
it's
cake?
moist. I know you don't like that word, but it's
I
moist.
love that.
Excuse me, I am
That's
particularly
my
fond of the word
second
moist,
favourite word of all
but it
time.
depends on the situation. But you can make lots of cakes that are moist without
Yeah.
having to put bloody carrot in it. I mean,
It's nice. Just try it.
Maybe Lindsay can be coffee cake. I'm not a fan of that.
Trust me. It doesn't taste a carrot. Carrot cake does not taste a carrot.
I'm not.
No.
I'm not a fan of coffee cake.
Tastes
I
like
like
something else.
coffee and I like cake, but
Yeah,
I'm not a fan either.
I like coffee.
No.
My neighbour gave me 2 cans of Guinness that have coffee in them. Like coffee Guinness.
I've heard of that. Yeah, coffee.
Yeah, so
I'm not
I
overly
haven't
fond of
tried them
Guinness.
yet.
I have to admit.
I think because they've got coffee in it, it means I'm allowed to drink them in the morning.
And Marmite did a limited version of Guinness Marmite for a while, and actually it was quite nice.
Mm.
How do you spread that on your toast?
Oh,
You
don't be
pour
It's
it.
not Guinness. It's got Guinness flavour. You silly.
You
sod.
pour it on your toast. Guinness flavoured a lot of stuff. Is really
You don't
good.
drink.
Guinness steak pie.
Oh, it's Guinness flavoured
amazing.
Marmite. I thought it was Marmite flavoured Guinness.
Oh, no, that'd
That'd be horrible.
that'd
That
get
really
a
would
bit
be horrible.
Well, Guinness is horrible anyway, so what the hell?
No,
I've
it's
had
not. It's horrible.
Marmite cheese is lovely, and Marmite chocolate is surprisingly amazing.
No, I tried that. It was
No,
disgusting.
Oh no, it was great.
And there's
Yeah,
also Marmite flavored peanut butter as well. That was really bad. That was disgusting.
I put those two
Ugh.
together myself. If you make toast
Ugh.
and butter your toast, then put Marmite on it, and then crunchy peanut butter, it tastes like Twiglets. It's really good.
We'll just eat Twiglets in.
I wanted
Farmers
toast.
Boys logic. Everything has
Yeah.
to be logical with farms.
What? I tried.
Twiglets
I mean,
is not a breakfast food, farmer's boy.
I mean, if you're talking
Twiglets
toast,
is a
and I
lunch
must
food.
go and buy some because I've run out. If you're talking toast, then it's marmalade. I mean, let's be civil about the whole procedure, hey?
Marmalade is good, but sometimes you want to change,
Okay, no marmalade.
Let's get back to my favourite words, because I didn't get to say my third one. Obviously, my first one is that C word that will cost me way too much money on this channel.
Yes.
And then moist. But my third one, and I think everyone should start using this word, it's why I wanted to get back to it, is chagrin. So I want you all to start using chagrin more, please. Thank you.
It's not up there for me as high as flange is. I do like the word
Oh, that's a good one as well.
because that comes up a lot in engineering.
And it reminds me of another word that ends in unge.
To be honest, in my line of work, when you're talking sort of decent sized pipe work where everything has to be welded and it's flanged, it all does get very
A lot of that other inge likes decent sized pipe work as well.
There's a lot of innuendo in it. Let's put it that way.
I bet. I might
And that
have
word
to-
in itself is laden with
I might have
innuendo.
to get myself back out into the workforce.
Male to female,
Get
adapters
your
and sockets. And,
Get your get going to workplace and get your flanges going.
yeah, PN16 flanges for preference.
I thought I told you to lube up that flange before I got round to it. Yeah.
Oh dear, flange.
Anyway, have we got instead of talking about tanks and flanges, we've got a video.
Oh, talking of books, that
Another video.
little clutch there has taken my total up to over 1,700.
You're going to
1700
need
books.
more shelves. mate.
1,704 apparently. I've just updated my spreadsheet because I like to keep ahead of on top of.
You
what
got a
I've
spreadsheet of your books.
Yes.
You log all your books.
Oh, well, I have a spreadsheet that just has totals, but I have lists of all of my books so that hopefully I don't buy the same book twice because I have been known to do that.
Wow.
Farmer's
so
boy,
I-
you've just become my favourite nerd ever.
I-
well done. Well done.
Look, I've got
I'm so proud of you.
1,048 physical books. Of course, I have to keep lists because otherwise I go out. I've got the Haynes manual for the A10 twice because I forgot I bloody had it and it was on
Yeah.
sale. I started reading it. I thought, hang on a minute, I've read this. Looked on the shelf and thought, well, of course I've read it. I've already bloody got it.
Yeah, it's got to be.
Farmers, have you ever heard of the words anally retentive? Have you ever heard?
Yep.
I'm sorry, I was.
Anal retentive. Oh yes. Yeah, very familiar with them.
No, nerd sounds better. Nerd is all right. Nerd is chic.
I don't mind being a nerd.
No,
No, nerds are,
I don't mind
nerds
being a
are
nerd
awesome. You know,
We're all
Yeah.
nerds, really. So
yeah.
let's face it.
You know, I'm proud of my Dungeons and Dragons heritage.
I used to
And,
play that when I was a kid.
Yeah, yeah. I played it as an adult, so you know, whatever. We used to get hammered playing Dungeons and Dragons. It was awesome. You know, I mean, obviously, you're English. Most of the stuff you do is going to involve getting drunk. You know, but now I've got video games.
I'm
That
more
works
into
better.
Warhammer, which is why I've got. Hang on, let's look at the right column.
I've got some Warhammer video games.
245 Warhammer 40,000 books.
Jesus. Yeah, I haven't played my Warhammer video games yet. I now have
Never
over
played it.
300 video games that I haven't played.
Blimey.
Yeah, well, because I get free games every month through having an Amazon Prime membership.
Oh,
I
yeah.
get you get anywhere from like 1 to 3 free games every week from Epic Games, and they give you Christmas. They did 15 days of giving out free games and that. So like, yeah, it's just they're mounting up.
Yeah, I bet.
Yeah. So I don't know, but it's good because it's my stress relief. It helps quieten my brain down. I did a 9.5 hour gaming stream yesterday after like about 26 hours of being awake. It was a really bad idea, but it was a lot of fun. I was quite delirious by the end of it. Old
Yeah, I
me
bet.
doesn't like anything over about 14 hours awake now. So, what are we talking about anyway? Stupid videos. Oh, can I share my short with you guys? Does it let me share stuff on here?
Should do.
Let's just let's go meta.
You'll have to ask Terry to allow you.
Share sound, optimized for video clip. Sure, let's check that. All right, I'm gonna go
not
meta.
tanks, is it?
I'm sharing Farmer's Boy. Can you see it? My screen now? Oh, it minimized the Zoom screen. Anyway,
It will do if you're all on. If you're doing everything on one screen. Yeah. Are you on one screen or two?
I'm on 2.
Oh.
But I'm sharing my primary screen.
Yeah.
Where the hell did I put it? Hang on.
I don't know.
Oh, all right. It's my short I made for a video I'm working on. Do you guys all know Chili De Castro? I don't know. You guys aren't really into the whole frauder community, are you?
I'm aware of him, and I've watched 1 or 2 videos about him, but that's about it.
Well, it's the delete laws, and it's only really the beginning to near the end that I'm quite proud of. And although I do need to work a bit better on the motion tracking of the left nipple. But hey,
my phone's on live right now. I just want to let you sure. Well,
it took me ages to do that, but I'm learning, and it's just a little bit of the answer. The end is going to be, I don't know. I need to turn it into a little GIF. Wait a minute. Wait, and now. It's just that little dance. I have to turn that into something for my challenge, my channel, I think. Yeah, that's it. You're welcome.
Right, okay.
I had a lot of fun making that. Like, it's
what did I just watch?
Oh, I'm not entirely
exactly
sure.
learning how to track stuff is fun, but I do need to fix that left nipple. The tracking seems a bit off on that because it's my 3rd time instead of doing planar tracking, like learning how to do mesh tracking, you know, with a grid so it can try to capture you know, like all angles, like not just X and Y, but catch like, you know, rotation, scale change and all that stuff. And yeah, hopefully it will get quicker, but learning how to do it took me, I don't know, that 50-something second clip took me about 6.5 hours. to make because of the tracking. But yes, you're welcome. Call your therapists. Don't bill me.
Just I'm just texting him now.
Oh, it looks like I've got to play Gary again because a lot of peanuts didn't hear it.
Oh, bollocks. All right, well, now the fag break, I guess.
Gary again. Oh, God.
Well, he didn't have much to say, did he, really?
Peanuts.
Does he ever?
I'll tell you what Gary said. He said, blah, 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 blah. There you go.
Perspective, blah, blah, blah. Resolution, blah, blah, blah. Pixels, blah,
Yeah.
blah. That's about the height of it.
I actually disagree a little bit. I'm sure I heard at least one derp in there. And maybe a duh. All right, I'm going to smoke.
Quite a few statements that were correct. Oddly.
Well, in an infinite universe, anything is possible.
What, even the infinitely improbable drive?
Yes. Although I actually prefer the sound of bistro mathematics myself. I think that had more going for it. And I do like the idea of the somebody else's problem field.
Yeah, I reckon that's my favourite.
That is my you can't see it. Why not? Because it's somebody else's problem. That's just absolutely brilliant. That
Yeah.
doesn't make you invisible. It just nobody sees you because you're somebody else's problem. You just can't concentrate on it. Your eyes just keep skipping over it. I think that's superb. Anybody who can invent that, you're going to make yourself a fortune.
Like you say, far simpler than invisibility.
Oh God, yeah. You don't have to make yourself invisible. Just make yourself somebody else's problem.
I didn't know blue
Kind of
drop.
like
I didn't know.
Yeah,
I didn't know blue dropped 2 videos while I've been gone.
one of those, I think, is essentially a notification for a stream.
No, one goes for
Monday or
12,
Tuesday,
12, 12 minutes and one goes for 11 minutes.
Oh.
They're the two that
Mind
I've got
you,
here.
we haven't done this for a little while, have we?
Yeah, that's
No,
right.
we haven't.
I've got one that was done on July the 31st, and then there's one on the August the 3rd.
Let's have a look.
Because I haven't, the last stream I did.
Ah, right. Yes, he did one of his jackass moments, and then he's done a mirror of FE Dogma's video. That's the most recent one, all about LIGO.
Okay. I was going to ask Blue which one he wanted us to play.
Shit.
Oh, speaking of Blue.
Blue, blue, blue.
Because I
Here
know Anton drops them all the time. So
he does virtually one a day, doesn't he?
Yeah, I was just going through
I
all the ones
can't.
which one to grab out of his.
Yeah, I can't keep up with them. Even when I'm sort of sat here just quietly beaving away all day and I try and catch up on videos, I still struggle.
Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Wednesday. When did I leave? Last Wednesday's. What date was that? So the last time I streamed was Wednesday, 27th. Wow.
Sounds about right.
27. 27. So I've missed out on one Saturday, one Wednesday,
One Saturday.
and a Wednesday.
That's it.
Yeah, Saturday and a Wednesday.
Farmers, stop making funny noises.
Was that you, Farmer?
Anyone seen the new Predator film? It's quite good, actually. I watched it yesterday.
Just hold the fort for a minute. I've got to change me hearing aid thing.
It doesn't help. My speaker is off to my left-hand side.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, the one that's in the main monitor, the audio goes a bit funny after a while. So I use the audio out the other monitor. So all the sound comes from my left. So you making that noise was like, what the hell's going on?
I used to be able, I can't do it now, but one of the offices I worked in, I could do an impression of the photocopier when it was broke. It made this horrible squeaking noise. So somebody would be standing there printing something out, and I'd just sort of stand behind them off to one side and make that noise. And the number of people who fell for it. Oh, what? They're stopping it. They're lifting lids. Oh, it must be out of paper. Right? And that's just me standing behind them making a silly noise. And the chap I used to work with, he was very open to suggestion. And I could walk past his desk whistling a tune, and he'd be whistling it for at least all morning, and he couldn't figure out where it came from. Where have I got this? I haven't heard it on the radio, And he was into a lot of the old rock and prog rock that I was, so I could go past whistling a Led Zeppelin tune, and he'd be doing it all morning, and it used to drive him nuts. In the end, I had to tell him where he was getting it from. So I felt sorry for him in here because where have I got that bloody tune from? I haven't heard that in ages. I thought, yeah, because I just walked past whistling it, mate. Oh dear. Got to get your music where you can, haven't you?
Yep.
Yeah, you should drive up the bloody wall.
Are you there, Mr. Blue?
Yeah, I'm here somewhere.
There
You here
it's just
somewhere?
there, look.
Well, since I haven't streamed for a while, it looks like you've got two videos here. Jackass Moments, John and Havas Signs, and FE Dogma, Ligo, Hanford Mirror. Which one do you prefer I played out of the two? Because I might be able to play both.
Oh, I'd play Jackass Moments.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Slimy, it came out yesterday. If you happen to have a very handy free streaming service, you can watch it.
And while we're playing this, I'll see which Anton one we can play too.
Cool. Yeah, just throw a dart and see which one you hit. I mean, blimey.
Yeah, I'll go over onto his... Oh, no, I can't. Oh, shit.
What, whilst you're doing this?
Yeah, because whatever tab I've got open is what gets streamed.
Yep.
Well, you could just drag one of the other tabs out and use that.
Yeah, I could try to do that. I'll open up another... I'll open that up and I'll just move it over there out of the way. Yeah.
Doing high IT research, all those tabs open.
Just shut up. Right, okay, I've got that one to go on. Everyone's seeing that. Make sure it's not on any... Yeah, that's all good. Doesn't matter if it's on 1080, it bloody only does it at 720. Oh, what happened to it? Oh, that's it. I went to 720 and it disappeared. I thought I lost it. Alright, ready for the P word.
Oh, I thought Press play, please, Terry.
On rare
If you think so,
occasions,
Tom.
we get to witness moments of sheer genius. This is not one of those moments. Warning, severe facial and monitor damage alert is in effect. Get out, those oven mitts. Push the monitors back out of punching range. And let's light this dumpster fire and have some fun.
So they don't even have a straight line to a tangent point anymore. But our question's more specific and nuanced. How do you get an elevation angle measurement from a curved line?
As humans, we're used to seeing
That's where
things.
you're measuring. You're standing holding a sextant.
Yeah, not to, from.
That's why I laugh when they bring calculus into it. Calculus has got nothing to do with it at all.
Well, the globe Earth does use calculus. They use the Haversine formula to turn the flat plane they just measured to project that up onto the celestial sphere.
Can you explain that Haversine formula in
you
simple
took
terms?
the words out of my mouth, Tenth. Say that again.
I have dual bachelors in mechanical and electrical engineering.
Okay, so with that, I assume that you've done calculus. Is that true?
Yes. Well, the Haversine formula is where they take the flat plane that you're actually measuring, and then they apply it to the sky by bending the line using calculus.
Did you know that, Brian?
Wow, that's new to me.
Brian mentioned it before. It just needs to be dumbed down for people like me.
I do remember it a couple of weeks ago.
But
and me.
The Haversine formula. First, when I looked into it, I actually got it wrong on what it was.
Oh, to be sure, to be
But,
sure.
well, not really wrong, but basically what it is a globe correction for a globe problem. So they correct the distance into a curved distance, north to south mostly.
Come again?
Because it's based on the Great
That's
South
what she
routes
said.
mostly, which is north to south, longitudinal routes. So they're just basically correcting from a flat universal transverse Mercator position to north to south globe curved globe distance. That's what they're doing. It's a globe correction for a globe problem.
Ruhif is very good at explaining how he utilized it in his presentation. After he took the flat plane, you got to understand it's a flat plane, so that's important. And then he applied it after he got his angles and applied it in the celestial sphere. Then he applied the Haversine formula to turn it into a globe.
This is Ruhif explaining celestial navigation to John refracted curvature. We'll pick it up after Ruhif has applied all of the necessary corrections to the elevation angles that he was given. See if you can spot the point where Ruhif sneaks in calculus.
Now we've made all the necessary corrections. All we need to do is add them to the measured angles to get our true elevation or true altitude. Okay, so the next step is to work out how far away over the surface we are from the GP based on our elevation angle. Now, I'm sure you've heard two phrases thrown around before, and they are minus from 90 and 69 miles per degree. But where do these come from? And what is the geometry that explains them? Now, the minus from 90 part is pretty simple. We've got our observer at the 12 o'clock position here again, and he's measured an altitude angle to a star, and we'll call that angle alpha. Obviously in this diagram, the red dotted line is the observer's horizontal and the black dotted line is his vertical.
Pay attention, guys. There's no curved baseline involved. The observer's horizontal is simply an imaginary line that's perpendicular to his zenith. That's all it is. No curvature, nothing of the sort.
But they are perpendicular to each other. So the complement to that angle alpha is angle beta. So beta is equal to 90 degrees minus alpha. And that is where the minus from 90 phrase comes from. Most flat earthers think it's a right angle triangle between the observer, the GP, and the star. And that's just not the case. The minus from 90 has absolutely nothing to do with the GP. It's simply giving us the angle beta, which is called the co-altitude. And that's the angle that we really need when we're doing celestial navigation. So tools like a theodolite can measure the co-altitude angle directly because it's on stable ground, can easily establish a vertical reference. A marine sextant, on the other hand, is presumably on a boat that is rocking around on the ocean, so it can't establish a stable vertical. And that's why it uses the horizon as a reference point and then adjusts that angle up to horizontal using dip correction. All right, anyway, where do we get 69 miles per degree? Well, that comes from the fact that the stars are an enormous distance away, such that the light coming from the star is arriving at the observer and at the GP in parallel lines. So those two yellow lines are parallel. What we can do is move that angle beta down to be at the center of the Earth. And now what we have is a sector of a circle. And that's how we'll work out the distance over the surface between the observer at S and the GP at G. So let's say the altitude angle that we observed was 60 degrees, which means our co-altitude angle beta is 30, and therefore the angle it forms at the center of the Earth is also 30 degrees. So what is the distance between the observer and the GP? Well, that's just the proportion of the whole circle. So if our angle is 30 degrees, then that is 1/12 of a 360 degree circle. So the arc length of that sector is simply 1/12 of the circumference of that circle. Pretty easy. And the circumference of a circle is obviously a function of its radius. So let's plug in 3959 miles as a radius. The circumference is 2 times pi times the radius, which is 24,875 miles.
I can just hear Nathan now. Where did you get your radius from? Well, a lot of people have measured the circumference of the Earth using the Eratosthenes method, Nathan. In fact, Bob the Science Guy and I did it 3 years ago. The best result we got was with the 6-foot pole that I used. I came out with 24,874 miles. Not too shabby, huh?
And 24,875 miles circumference on a 360 degree circle is 69.1 miles per degree. And this linear relationship between the angle and the distance from the GP is derived from the Earth being a globe and only if the stars are very far away. So one of the big challenges for my opponent is to show the geometry for his model that justifies this 69 miles per degree. Okay, so you can either use the 69.1 miles per degree or 111 kilometers per degree, or like I've done here, use 60 nautical miles per degree. And that will give you the distance you are from each of the GPs. All right, final step, and this part really is the nail in the coffin for Flat Earth. The final step is drawing circles of equal altitude. And a circle of equal altitude is simply the set of all points on the surface where the observer would measure that elevation angle to that particular star. And the observer could be at any point on that circle. So in this example on screen, let's say the GP of the star is over Louisiana. We need to find all the points on the surface that are, for example, 1,000 nautical miles away from the GP. The question is, what formula am I going to use? The Haversine formula. All right, the Haversine formula determines the great circle distance between 2 points on a sphere, given their longitudes and latitudes. Important in navigation, it is a special case of a more general formula in spherical trigonometry, the law of Haversines, that relates the sides and angles of spherical triangles. In fact, more correctly, I'm going to be using the inverse Haversine formula. So the Haversine formula gives you the distance between 2 known points, where the inverse Haversine, you give it a latitude and a longitude, and then you tell it a distance and a bearing, and it will tell you the coordinates of where you will end up. Now, I would like to plot my circles in Google Earth, but the built-in circle tool on Google Earth actually uses a slightly different formula called the Vincenti formula, which takes into account the slight oblateness of the Earth. But the correct formula for celestial navigation is the Haversine, so I ended up writing some Python code to draw my circles for me. Here's what it looks like in Google Earth. And where these circles intersect is my position fix. So this is it, zoomed right in, just so we can see how tightly these three circles intersect. So my position fix, which looks to be accurate to within about 2 nautical miles, is 31 degrees, 11.1 minutes south, 15 degrees, 36.9 minutes east.
So he measured a flat plane. He applied his measurements of a flat plane to a flat Earth celestial sphere model, and then applied this mathematics to convert the flat plane he measured and then plotted on a flat Earth map up to the sky, and called the sky the ground because it becomes the surface.
Ruhiv didn't do any of those things you said, Nathan. You guys are desperate. You're just making things up. Ruhiv showed you exactly how it works. What's your opinion, Gladys? Yeah, that's pretty much what I thought too. We'll see you guys on the next one.
That's all, folks.
I can honestly say I don't understand all the math, but I did pick up on a couple of bits and pieces that I do understand.
It's not really hard to do.
I love that whole flat Earth celestial sphere.
Yeah.
Oakley 2022. It's brilliant.
Yeah. It's a flat Earth, but it's got a celestial sphere.
Right.
Why do you need one of those on a flat Earth?
Well, you want to know what stars are underneath you, don't you?
No, it's no stars underneath them.
Oh dear.
It is bizarre. But hey, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
He's a pretty bloody top bloke, isn't he, Anton?
Oh yes.
Like doing that fundraiser, and I mean, it was bloody brought me to tears, like watching his video about his son. You know, but I mean, turning it into that fundraiser for the kids in the Ukraine is amazing.
I haven't heard anything lately about what's happening over there.
I don't watch the news. I'm finding, I don't know, my mental health lately. It's been hard to keep track on it.
You to be honest, you don't want to, because there is a report at the moment. One of the areas that the Russians have got under control. How should we put this? They've got a mobile incinerator in the back of a lorry.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I just can't understand how other countries can allow this to keep going.
All these countries that are worried about that if they get into it, it's going to kick off World War III. World War III would probably happen anyway. I mean, isn't it the same with because originally wasn't it Hitler was just going after Poland or something, and it wasn't going to affect the rest of the world, and then
it was more that went on. It was more that went on before that. Poland wasn't sort of the first thing to happen, because don't forget places like Czechoslovakia. He annexed all these countries. He basically just went in and quite peacefully took them over. And Poland, ironically, didn't just get invaded by Germany. They were only on one side.
Yeah, Russians on the other. Russians invaded as well.
Invaded on the other side because they had Germany and Russia had a non-aggression pact between the two. Because Germany wanted to keep Russia sort of on their side, whilst they did what they wanted to do with Europe, and then once they'd done all that, they'd suddenly go, right then, Russia, you're next. And that was always the plan, but they sort of kept them. Because Germany and Russia worked quite closely hand in hand prior to the war, and even at the start of the war,
Ribbentrop Agreement.
That's it, von Ribbentrop.
Yeah, all the German paratroopers training in Russia and the German tankers
Yes,
training in Russia.
they all trained in Russia. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Private 36, anyway.
But yeah, I think there are still a lot of countries sort of in that area who are shit scared of Russia just going, oh, you want to pick a fight with us as well? Hey, we got nukes. Do you want to see them? You know, because I think at the moment he's quite liable to bloody do that. I don't know. That's the thing. You just can't.
Yeah, well, you just need to go on to ADSB Exchange, select military only, and then look at all the stuff that's coming from the Royal Air Force and going out and being over Poland and Romania.
Quite.
Oh, and all the stuff that's coming up from Mildenhall and Lakenheath and going out and being over Poland and Romania. And coming up from Cyprus and being over Poland and Romania and the Black Sea.
Go with the most recent one, Terry.
Most recent's up here.
Yeah.
This one's.
There you go.
That reveals a cartwheel galaxy. That one. Ring galaxies.
Yeah, why not? Yeah.
Can a star fly by destabilize?
James Webb, Cartwheel Galaxy. Why not?
So you just want just the most recent, you reckon?
What do you think, guys?
Yeah, why not? Because there are so bloody many of them.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah.
Somebody dropped it though.
Terry.
Oh, Blue dropped.
Blue dropped what?
No, somebody dropped.
No.
So I thought,
No, Blue's still here. I'm still here. Anne's still here.
Okay.
Naomi's still here.
Was it Paul?
Yeah.
Paul, yeah.
Paul's not here.
I'm still here, aren't
I mean, after watching Lindsay and Gary, mentally, I'm not here either. My brain did a runner.
I'm not going to touch that, Limey.
No, I'm not. I'm not touching that with 40-foot pole.
Aw.
Here we go.
Hey, what's going on with the
Hold on
whole?
for person. This is Anton.
What?
What's going on with the whole Bedford levels? Out of curiosity.
Don't know.
With Rumpus.
I've not heard anything from Rumpus, so. I have no idea. I've not heard anything from him, so God knows.
Fair enough.
Haven't even heard from Rumpus lately.
He's been floating around. I think he was in Blue Server the other day.
He was. He was having an interesting conversation with George the other evening.
Oh, yes, they were. Yeah.
Who's George?
George Natchuk.
Yeah. He's a guy who's been around the community for quite a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's not. I mean, he's not. I wouldn't say he's particularly prominent, but people that have been around know him.
He's a very clever bloke, but he can be a little Rumpus-like.
Can be. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah.
But nobody could be more Rumpus than Rumpus himself.
I'd hope not. You know, it'd be a bit weird.
Yeah, Rumpus is so well known that when people talk, they even say something like, "Yep, you've just been Rumpus."
Rumpus, yeah. I've been Rumpus a couple of times. Yeah.
Sounds like a personal thing. Thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, I got well and truly Rumpus one time when I think it was on Jose's, and I suggested very quietly and politely on 2 occasions that perhaps he might want to sort of move on to what his point is. Didn't like that very much.
He probably forgot what it was.
No, I think he probably did, because he was, I don't know, he was getting people to say all kinds of different stuff. I'm like thinking, where are you going with this? And I'm not exaggerating. I was very polite about it. but apparently I'd been interrupting him every 2 minutes, and it was only the second time I'd said it. The first time he ignored it. The second time he went nuts. So I went nuts back at him.
Unfortunately, there is only one way to have the last word with Rumpus. Kick him.
Yeah, or shout
Yes.
louder.
No, because he'll just shout louder back at you.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Rumpus is the only guy I've ever run into that can get into an argument with himself and lose both sides.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't matter to me, but I was just discussing it with about Rumpus with them a few months ago, and I came up with the question was, is he on the spectrum? Because something tells me he is. If he is, then I'll make allowances. You know what I mean? But I get this impression I think he might be.
Yeah, I don't know.
I kind of think he is. But it's fine. If that's the case, then it's fine.
Okay. Press play.
Yeah.
Why not?
Hello, wonderful people.
And when it comes to galaxies, there are only a few that are actually iconic. And one of them is right here. This is known as the Cartwheel Galaxy. The galaxy that you can see right here in the picture from Hubble, and a galaxy that I've recently mentioned in one of the videos about ring galaxies, because this is actually one of the most iconic ring galaxies out there, and allowed the scientists back in the day to essentially explain how we today believe a lot of ring galaxies form. You can actually learn a little bit more about this in this other video that should be in the description below. But very recently, the scientists announced that they released new pictures and have conducted new observations of the region where this galaxy is located by using the infrared instruments on the James Webb. In the process, seeing this galaxy in new light and providing some new observations and new explanations for what we now believe happened here a few 100 million years ago. And so let's discuss these new pictures and these new observations in more detail and talk a little bit more about this iconic galaxy that sort of forms one of the most beautiful formations out there in the night skies, even though technically you would need a very powerful telescope to actually see this. And let's actually start right here. This is a simulation of this galaxy in Space Engine, and you can sort of see that it's not an only single galaxy here. There are at least 3 galaxies sort of connected to one another gravitationally.
Yeah, I don't think I'm going to get anything like that, am I?
There are potentially a lot more here, with most simply being relatively difficult to see because of the distances. And originally, this galaxy was discovered by Franz Zwicky, the Swiss astronomer famous for coining the term dark matter. He was essentially the first to discover these unusual phenomena that he could not explain and called them dark matter because it was some kind of invisible matter that nobody could see. But in 1941, he also discovered another mystery he could not explain. He actually considered it to be the most complicated structure that still had no explanation and could not be explained with simple stellar dynamics. Here we had 4 physically connected galaxies, spiral galaxies, with 3 being relatively close and 1 being slightly farther away. You can actually sort of see the 4th one in the top right corner. And so these galaxies presented early astronomers with a new mystery. How exactly did they acquire these unusual shapes? And at a distance of just under 500 million light years away from us, or approximately 250 times as far away as the nearby Andromeda galaxy, it was relatively difficult for the early astronomers to see the detail required to explain what happened here. But because of the recent detailed observations in the X-rays, visual light and infrared light, the scientists are pretty certain they know what happened here. This is a result of one of many different types of galactic collisions, in this case between relatively large and relatively massive galaxies. In this case, the Cartwheel Galaxy is just a little bit smaller and less massive than the Andromeda at roughly around 145,000 light years across. Although its size might have actually increased because of the collision with one of the galaxies near it, very likely the one that you see in the top left. But obviously the question is, why exactly does it have such a strange shape? Normally when we see galactic collisions, they sort of produce more irregular shapes and sometimes result in the formation of what's known as a elliptical galaxy, which might then lead to a formation of a spiral galaxy. As a matter of fact, a lot of galactic collisions look somewhat different to begin with. Well, as I've discussed in that previous video about the ring galaxy formations, sometimes when the orientation between colliding galaxies is just right, one of the galaxies might end up shooting through the other galaxy in such a way that it essentially forms a bunch of ripples around it, with the ripples in this case being represented by the hydrogen gas. And a lot of these ripples will then produce a lot of higher density regions in a kind of a circular formation, which will then initiate star formation, but in this case in a circle around a galaxy. Although because there are other galaxies involved in this case, the circle is not really perfect like in other ring galaxies, and is thus a little bit distorted. In this case, we actually have two different rings in this galaxy, very likely from multiple collisions, with the outer ring having a velocity of about 270 km per second as it moves around the galaxy. And as you can see from the X-ray observations, there are quite a lot of very active regions, very likely producing a lot of black holes and neutron stars, because of an extremely active formation of really massive stars. As a matter of fact, very recently, just a year ago, the scientists detected a supernova in this region. Here's what it sort of looked like when it happened just a few months ago from when I'm making this video. As you can see, it was pretty powerful and quite bright. But what makes this galaxy unique and somewhat interesting is not really the rings, as much as the structure between the rings, the cartwheel spokes. And that of course makes this galaxy very complicated and extremely intriguing. These unusual spokes even seem to connect the outer ring with the inner ring, and this is not something we often see around galaxies. As a matter of fact, it's the only galaxy known to us that seems to possess such strong formations. But in this case, these formations very likely represent a bunch of reforming spiral arms that are slowly being developed after the collision that very likely happened 200 to 300 million years ago. Which of course implies that back in the days this was probably a typical spiral galaxy, with typical spiral arms. The arms that were destroyed during a major collision. However, following this collision, some of the previous dynamic forces started to slowly rebuild these arms and created these spokes we see connecting the two rings, with the new images from the James Webb Telescope revealing new details about all of the star formation and about these spokes. So first of all, this image right here, taken with the near-infrared instrument, definitively shows us that this existing structure on the inside seems to be slowly disintegrating and is actually reforming a spiral galaxy. If you look at this in more detail in one of the links in the description below, you can actually see this really bright core containing huge amounts of hot dust that seems to contain a lot of giant star clusters that were previously invisible to us. Whereas as before, we can see a lot of young active stars on the outskirts, with the ring that very likely expanded for the past 400 million years, still forcing a lot of new stars to form because of the higher presence of dust in this area. And a lot of detail produced by this instrument shows us quite a lot of clumpy areas associated with younger star formation, as opposed to older stars that generally produce much smoother areas. As a matter of fact, every blue dot you see in this image represents some kind of a star or a small pocket of star formation. And here we can actually see that the star formation only happens in certain regions, and mostly along the spokes or along the outer ring. But in order to learn even more detail about this galaxy, the scientists looked at this using MIRI, or the Mid-Infrared Instrument. The instrument that produced a very different image, showing us completely different detail. This here actually shows us mostly hydrocarbons and a lot of silicate dust, or the stuff we usually find on various planets and various rocky objects. And so here we can actually see the regions that are extremely rich in a lot of these elements, with once again mostly the rings and the spokes having most of these materials. The rest of the galaxy is pretty much empty. But more importantly, this image right here definitively solves the mystery of this being a transitionary galaxy. A galaxy that's slowly turning from a ring galaxy into a typical spiral galaxy like the Milky Way. And more importantly, points at that other neighbor that you can see in the top left as the most likely culprit that caused all of these rings to form. The satellite galaxy that you see right here, that's sometimes referred to as G2. And so this whole structure will very likely disintegrate completely in the next few hundreds of millions of years, with a lot of the gas and the
I'm
stars
not
on the
waiting around to
outskirts
find out about that.
most likely making their
No,
way
I'm not
to the
either. Stop
center,
there.
which some of them
Yeah,
already
I
seem to have
might. I
started
got nothing
doing,
better to do.
and eventually reforming some kind of a spiral galaxy
Well, you make a
with
video
very
about
prominent
it,
spiral
Limey, when it
arms,
happens.
potentially resembling the galaxy
be,
that
yeah,
you see right here, known
be a
as the
long
Halo
project.
Galaxy. And
Need
altogether,
to do a
these
time
observations more or less solve the mystery of many different ring galaxies out there, and kind of show us what happens when certain galaxies receive a collision right in the middle, and very likely from a very specific perpendicular direction. Although in this case, because as you can see the ring is not perfect, something else might have disturbed the shape afterwards. But I guess more interestingly, even though the original spiral was destroyed, this galaxy is now reforming a completely new spiral, and is actively forming new stars that will probably be responsible for the new arms in the next few hundreds of millions of years, making this one of the more unique galaxies out there, and a galaxy that sort of solved a lot of mysteries when it comes to the galactic collisions and when it comes to
Kinda looks
formations
like
of
a tit,
galaxies,
doesn't it?
but obviously did not solve all of the mysteries. And you can learn more about these mysteries of ring galaxies
Well,
in that
you know,
video from
this
before.
is
But I guess
what
for now,
you,
that's pretty much it. Once we learn
this is why
something
you
else about
guys
this
invite
galaxy,
me on, isn't it?
or discover something else about some other ring galaxy, I'll
I
follow
say
this
what
up
you
with
guys
another
are
video.
thinking.
Until then, thank you for watching.
Maybe.
Subscribe.
Not what
Maybe
I
share
was
this with
thinking.
someone who loves learning about space and
No,
sciences, and
no,
come back
fair
tomorrow
enough.
to learn something else. Support the channel on Patreon by joining channel membership, or by buying the Wonderful Person t-shirt you can find in the description. Stay wonderful, I'll see you tomorrow, and as always, bye-bye.
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 Bye, wonderful person.
Learned so much from that guy.
Yeah.
So you're going to make up
Yeah, great stuff.
videos now with your new telescope, space mat, and do a commentary about what you see in the night sky.
Yeah, I might at one point. Yeah, I might at some point. Yeah. That did kind of cross my mind when I've been thinking of buying a telescope for quite a long time, but I've never really had the funds or the money to do it. And I thought, well, while I thought I'd go ahead and do it. So yeah, I probably will at some point once I get used to comfortable with using a telescope. Yeah.
Have you looked into what comparable images that you would be able to see with that type of telescope?
Sort of, yeah. I mean, it's really hard to tell until you actually sort of get it. But more than anything else, I mean, this is an entry-level telescope. It's just really just getting used to setting one up and being able to navigate around the celestial sphere, as it were, and recognizing different constellations and things like that. And then if I like it, if I enjoy it, then well, yeah, maybe I'll buy something a bit better eventually. Who knows?
I love, like, it's one of the most beautiful things to look at, isn't it? Is space, and especially, like, you know, the details they get from all of these space telescopes and stuff. I could sit there and look at that shit for hours. It's amazing. So awesome.
The last time I did that was actually, it was a astronomy club, which was part of my college, which was in 1988, 89, and they did a on a Tuesday night. They did a one for beginners. So the guy that took it, you know, got us to kind of do all sorts of different things. I mean, I was kind of dragged along at first. I wasn't really interested, but my mate said, no, it'd be fun. But yeah, a couple of different interesting things we did. We tracked the precession of Mars. And what else? Also, yeah, we looked at the moon and stuff like that, and looked at the craters and things like that.
Very cool.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting. But yeah,
I bet you got a damn sight more detail than the flat earthers get as well.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what he did was the guy just said, right, okay, we're going to track Mars. So we figured out where Mars was, and we started tracking it over a period of time, over a number of weeks, and plotted it on this sort of chart on this paper. I guess I don't really know what it was, to be honest with you. I didn't really pay much attention to it, and we noticed that it went retrograde. It went back on itself, and we kind of didn't really understand that at first. And then we went back and sort of talked about it and discovered, well, yeah, that's why. Because it's rotating around the sun. And that's the only reason why it would happen, because we are rotating, we are orbiting the sun, and it is orbiting in a higher orbit. And that's the only way it can happen.
You mean it doesn't work on a flat Earth celestial sphere as a projection. I don't know why my mind keeps saying sphere instead of sphere. I need more coffee.
There's nothing to fear but sphere itself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're told by flat earthers that the dome, it's all projected on the dome and the dome rotates, but it doesn't explain the precession of the planets, though, does it? For some reason, these particular lights in the sky do something a bit different. Why?
It doesn't explain, the difference in northern and southern hemisphere rotation either.
No, it doesn't, does it? No.
Like what you see a different section of the dome rotating depending on where you are on the planet.
It's your own personal dome, though. Don't forget.
Oh right, yeah. I don't know. I think most of them need a slap up their own personal dome.
I think we've just got enough time left.
Has anybody actually asked where this projector is supposed to be? If it's a projection like the moon and stars.
It's been asked.
North Pole
or
something.
Is it?
You might ask it, but whether or not you get an answer or not.
Nobody's ever seen it. This projector that's apparently this height of technology. It's been around for thousands of years.
I'm guessing it'd be the God projector, probably, wouldn't it? It's invisible. I reckon
it's an invisible projector.
Yeah, that's what I think. It just makes the most sense that it's invisible.
It's a secret projector. Nobody knows what it is.
Right.
Yeah, nobody knows what it is or where it is or what it's made of or how it works.
But they just know it's projected.
A bit like the ether, really.
Yeah,
Nobody's seen it, tested it, measured it, or proven it exists, but we're supposed to believe it exists.
For flat Earth to work, there has to be something that no one knows how it works. Like there's always going to be one element that is just a mystery. Whereas obviously we've got a pretty good idea of how everything works. Obviously we get to understand things more and more as it goes along. But
I mean, the ether's not even a theory. It's barely even a hypothesis.
Yeah, it's more of a, I don't know.
It's never got to the stage of being a theory because it's never been proven in any shape or form that it could exist or tested.
Well, Bob Nodell proves that the ether rotates using a gyroscope that was attached, that was on a table attached to the ground.
Or wasn't that the heavenly bodies that made it? Picked up this 15-degree-per-hour drift. Thanks, Bob.
Well,
it was anything that he could think of other than the actual proper answer.
Yeah, basically.
Thanks, Bob.
And apparently he took it up to a higher altitude and got a different reading, but nobody's actually got any evidence for that. Hello, I didn't realise this new webcam did autofocus. Oh, that's cool.
All right, lads, on your best behaviour now. We got lady present.
You got a new webcam, Farm?
Yeah, I thought I'd chat. It's only a little cheapy, but this webcam has no microphone in it because I was forever having trouble with the microphone in mine, and this one also swivels, so I can get a better. It does.
That flickers every time you're doing something.
Yes, because it's auto-focusing.
You can turn that off,
No, I'm leaving that on. But it does. You can actually you can swivel it properly. It goes all over the place.
Yeah, mine does that too.
Tiny little thing compared to the other one, but I think it's because it's got no microphones in it. Because
okay.
I just seen your biggest fan, Farmers Boy. Is that your biggest fan?
Yeah, round over there to his right. No, it's to his right.
Farmers Boy's got a fan.
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, he has got a fan.
That's his fan. That's his number one fan.
Number one fan. Yeah.
My number two fan is humongous. No, yeah, it's getting a bit full in here. That's why I might have to. Squeak might have to lose her daybed.
Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah. Squeak can go. The fan can stay.
No,
it's not the cat.
Squeak might have to lose her daybed because I need the space that's being taken up by I've got a spare double bed that she's the only thing that uses it. So that might have to go to the scrap heap, I'm afraid. Because she's fine. She spent all day watching me painting the fence. She was in the hedge. Took me 4 hours to realise she was there. It wasn't until I got to that end of the fence where she's in the hedge because she's in shade, and it's like, oh, hello, Squeak. That's your other hiding place. Well, usually she's up against the fence, but I think she realised that might not be a good idea whilst unpainting it to
I was
sort
going
of
to
try.
say
And...
you'd end up with a stripe on your cat.
Smart cat. She knows.
Yeah, it's ironic. I'm on my own in a 3-bedroom house, and I'm running out of room.
Oh, Miss
Too
Mandy's
many tank
saying
books.
hello to Triggered Limey. You got a fan out there, Limey?
Oh, yeah, she's
Or is that a stalker?
she's
Is
a
that you?
very
You got a
good,
stalker?
very good friend of mine. You know.
Is she?
Yeah. Well, who do you think invited her? You know.
Well, if they're sub, they can have a spanner. That's the rules.
Have you got a stalker, Limey? Then I'd love a stalker. It's not fair.
I've probably got a couple of stalkers by now. I'd at least hope. You know.
Yeah, that's right,
Yeah,
Deb. I was
how
trying to
did
get
that
the
just go?
Karate Kid reference in there. Paint the fence up, down.
Up, down. That.
I decided.
I kind of want to watch the Karate Kid now.
My missus watches that on a weekly basis. It's like
Really?
she watches all of them. All, well, no, I'm probably exaggerating.
Wax on,
But,
wax off.
It's like the whole franchise, the whole lot.
But they're crap.
I know.
You ever tried to
They're
catch
classics.
You ever tried to catch
They
a fly
are
with
classics.
with a pair of?
They were great at the time, but times
No.
moved on, and we're not in the 80s anymore.
They are still classics. Apparently, the series Cobra Kai is supposed to be really good. Actually, I haven't watched it yet, but I've heard really good things about it.
No, that'd be crap.
The new film, I still thought it was a really good film, but it just pisses me off that, like, why don't they just make it their own film instead of calling it The Karate Kid? You're in China with Jackie Chan teaching you. Karate is a Japanese style. That's just stupid.
Entirely different martial
Look, they're
art.
only movies.
Exactly.
Do you expect
And-
movies to be correct?
Yeah.
I expect movies to, know what I mean, everyone knows that Jackie Chan does Kung Fu. Several different styles of it, in fact. But, I don't believe he holds a single belt in karate. So it's, that, I don't know. Maybe I'm petty, but it pisses me off.
Turtle said, "Did you know that Karate Kid won that match with an illegal kick?" I'll have to watch that one again.
Depends on the rules, doesn't it?
I don't know.
Was it full contact karate?
Why are you still pinned, Farmer?
I don't know.
No, I fixed you. You're the face. You're
Yeah,
the
I don't
face.
know. I mean,
You're the
full-
face there all
full
that time.
contact,
But
you
now
can
you're back to
jump
normal.
kick the face, can't you?
No fucking thing. It really does wobble very easily.
Okay.
Oh, I forgot to shave this morning.
Ah, dear.
It's all right. It's not a work meeting, so I'm not that fussed.
Oh, you got a meeting today?
No, not today. Oh, fuck me, no, not on Saturday. Oh, I've got to go to Wales again next week. Got a phone call yesterday. I know it's last minute, but can you go to Wales again next Tuesday and Wednesday? All right. Then. Another little store just down the road from the one I went to the other week. So yeah, okay, I'll book a hotel.
Where was the one you? Where was the little store you were in the other day? You showed a picture of there in the aisles there.
Ah, that was that's the little store in Worcester. Now I went there 2 or 3 weeks back to witness all the commissioning and the testing. And this is the very last thing they have to do. You've got rows and rows of lights, but then you've got spotlights. And the spotlights in certain places have to be angled a certain way. So you go to the bakery and there's a big sign that says bakery. One of the spotlights has got to be lighting that up. All the others have got to be at the right angle to light all the produce up. And basically the idea is that I'm just supposed to go along and check that they're all pointing in the right place. Fortunately, one of the electrical guys was there with a like a cherry picker because none of them are angled at all. They're all pointing straight down. So it took us about 2 hours to go around and point them all at the right place. And then I have to produce a report to say, yes, they're all pointing at the right place, blah, blah, blah. It's just...
Do you always do little stores, or do you ever do big ones?
There
I was
goes
waiting.
another
I was
rib.
waiting for that joke to come out eventually.
Yeah, look, I do. I'm getting older, and I love dad jokes now.
Oh,
so I try to share them.
I love dad jokes too, but
I try to share
Did
them.
you have to take any
That's how I do.
photographs or anything of what the light shining onto it, the sign was?
Yes,
or did they
what you basically do. There's an app on you can have on your phone. What bloody hell's it called? Site Audit Pro. So you set it all up. It's this project I'm doing, and you basically go around and you take photographs. Now, in this case, I was taking a photograph of every area that had spotlights, because the bakery has it at a certain angle. Over the tills, they just point straight down. There's the chilled cabinets at the back that's got the chilled dairy. They point straight down. So every area, you go around and take a photo and say, it's this area. And you've got no comments to make because they're all pointing in the right place. But it produces this little document that's got all the photos. And then you just email it off to... Yeah, it's very handy because if you want to do a report, I mean, the first little store I went to that was relatively local to me, they wanted me to go around and assess the store as it is at the moment. And basically the mechanical services, is there anything worth keeping? Because they want to renovate it. And I basically go around and produce a report and take photos of everywhere where there's like, there's a little room with a boiler, gas boiler. I mean, that was 20 years old. All the air conditioning's 15 years old. So you take photos of each area and say, this is what it is. This is the state it's in. And then at the end, you give your advice. And it's basically, look, if you're going to renovate it, rip everything out and replace it because it's, the newest stuff was 15 years old. But it lays everything out. You just take photographs and then you fill in what area it was, what your description is, what your comment is. And then you export it as a PDF and it's all there. And, it's done all the laying out and the filling in for you. And it's a brilliant little app.
Yeah, that's bloody awesome.
It is because you can just go around taking photographs. And then rather than me trying to fill it all in on my phone, I come home and I've got here we are. I've got a Bluetooth keyboard that I can just link up to my phone and I can sit there and
Very
brilliant
cool.
little thing. Yeah.
Very cool.
Well, as long as businesses are starting to get more wise with their money to go and spend on equipment and infrastructure for their business, that's cheaper to put in new stuff than say, okay, we're going to go and spend some money and repair it. Yeah. How long is that going to last, and how hard is it?
Well, this particular one, this little store I went to look at in Kettering, they had in the past. I mean, the air conditioning system. Well, I say system. They're the split units with a ceiling mounted job and the condenser outside. They'd put them in about 15 years ago, but you could see where the existing system that was already there, because the heating system's way older than that. And they'd obviously got an overheating problem, and about 15 years ago put this air conditioning systems in, and unfortunately those things have about a 15-year lifespan, so they're not worth servicing. Basically all you can really do with them is throw them in the skip and replace them. So I said, look, it's all too old and knackered, you might as well replace it. And he came back and said, well, actually we've got a £2 million budget and we're going to gut the place and do it again. Oh, all right then.
Yeah. There you go.
So it's almost a bit of a waste of time me going around and looking at it. But,
what's the point of telling them it's no good? We're going to replace it.
But
anyway.
they have these procedures in place, and they obviously, just want the confirmation. They'd obviously looked at it and thought, well, it looks a bit old. But you get somebody to come in who knows what he's looking at, i.e., me, and I just took one look at it and said, it's not worth it. I mean, the gas boiler had it anyway. In fact, the gas boiler was turned off because, of course, the air conditioning system is providing both cooling and heating. And now all of these stores, you don't have gas boilers in them anymore. All the new little stores I'm looking at, they ain't got boilers in. Because an air conditioning system is basically a heat pump. And if you can cool down with it, you can heat up with it too.
Can you expand on Truth Nerd's comment? Split AC units because of second law of thermodynamics is actually a thing, but not the first version.
It's all to do with the vapor cycle. You're basically changing the pressure of a fluid and getting it to either cool down or give up its heat, and that's what an air conditioning system is. The inside unit is the evaporator, and the outdoor unit is the condenser, and that's losing heat. That's giving off heat and condensing the fluid. That fluid's then pumped back round inside because it's cooler, and when it gives off its heat, it expands into a gas, and you can set it up to heat or cool, and that's basically what a heat pump does. Now these days, you know, the government had said, "Oh, we don't want people to fit gas boilers anymore. We want people to fit heat pumps." And you're trying to draw the heat out of the air, and you can heat it up by compressing it. So the only downside with heat pumps is you're using more electricity, but you're not using gas, and you're not pumping carbon out into the atmosphere. So you'll, like I say, all these new little stores now, and you're building no end of them. None of them. Yeah, traditionally you'd have a boiler room somewhere and a whole series of gas boilers and the flues and all the rest of it. No, none of them. They're all
So
gone.
is this going to be the same for, you know, like non-commercial properties, like your house and your flat? Like, are they doing out with boilers? And
Yes, the government have basically said new builds going forwards, including houses, should have heat pumps instead of gas boilers. Now that's fine if you're designing the building and the systems in it for heat pumps from the start.
Right.
Fine. The problem is when you come to an existing house, and particularly like the one I'm in, it uses the really small microbore piping to the radiators. I couldn't have a heat pump because the water you're pumping around isn't as hot as if you're using a gas or an oil boiler. And because it's not as hot, you need more water. You need bigger pipes. You need bigger radiators. It all works the same way, but thermally, it's not quite there. So I couldn't just say, okay, rip out a gas boiler and put in an air source heat pump. It wouldn't work.
Right. Which, to be fair, at the moment is I mean, obviously they want to change it because of the environment, I guess, in the long run. Yes. But with the price of electric at the moment, I'd rather stick to the old way.
The problem was that there was a program they tried to put in place. It was at least 20 years ago, if not 30 years ago, where we'd be building more nuclear power plants. That all fell by the wayside. All of the manpower and the engineers and the designers that we have for nuclear power plants have gone. They haven't been replaced. So then we started relying on foreign companies to come in and build them for us. The prime one being EDF, the French company. Well, they've got their own program of building nuclear reactors in France, and they're falling behind on that. So we're at the bottom of the list. We've just dropped off the list. So now we're trying to get the Chinese to build another power station. I can't remember where the hell it is. And that's falling behind and getting ever more expensive, and the costs are just going up and up and up. And they are saying there's a very real risk in the UK, not this year, but next year we'll start suffering brownouts and power cuts because we just don't have the capacity to provide enough power. Whilst the government are saying we want everybody to be using electric cars, heat pumps. It's all electricity. Where's it all coming from?
Yeah, we only get
crap.
Yeah, and there's only so many bloody wind farms and photovoltaic fields that we can build, and that all takes time as well.
Oh, that's going to be, for those of us that are trying to make a living with YouTube, brownouts and blackouts is going to be very handy.
You might have to get supplied with a bicycle generator, farmer, for health reasons, so people just generate their own electricity at home and also be healthy.
How much electricity could I generate with a bicycle?
Fuck all.
Yeah, not that much.
Remember that Red Dwarf episode? Remember that Red Dwarf episode where the cat's getting listed to pedal the bike so he can dry his hair with a hairdryer.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to use old. Is it Nigel who's come up with that way to, make power from nowhere?
Yes, that stacking those things that make all this power. Yeah. Mr. Cheese.
Nigel Cheese, that's the one.
That's it.
It's not, is it actually? I mean, round here there are actually lots of fields that have got these photovoltaic arrays in. We've got a lot round here, and
they're supposed to be doing a new one near here, I think, as well.
People are starting to complain about that, but it's like, well, come on, we've got to do something.
Yeah,
all
well,
these
don't
wind
you have
farms
on any of the houses around where you are? Nobody's got them.
There are a few, but it doesn't really generate a lot of electricity, to be honest. You need you do need a fair square meterage of them, and you ain't going to get enough on your roof if your roof happens to be pointing the right direction first.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too, even because I mean, I've got a buddy that has it in the States, and it doesn't cover all of his electric, but you know, because I guess you got the meter that reads how much power is coming for it, and he gets a bit knocked off of his electric bill every month.
Yeah.
You know, from the power that he generates. I still don't think he's had enough back to actually pay for that solar array, you know, that he put
My
on
mum
his
and
roof.
dad, my mum and dad have, and they certainly have had plenty come back. It paid for itself a long time ago. It paid for the solar panel, and that's all been paid off, and they still get a lump sum every twice a year or so.
Nice.
Which they sometimes give to me because they don't need it, but which is nice.
Yeah, fair play.
But no, it
How long did it take
does
them
work.
to get their money back?
It wasn't long. Was it only a few years? Literally 3 or 4 years it took them to get their money back.
Oh, sweet. Then he's
Wasn't
only
long.
got another year or two. That'd be cool. To be fair, I haven't talked to him.
I could be wrong. It might be a bit longer than that. It could be, but I just.
I mean, he's in the States anyway, so I've got I don't know, and it's rates would be different, you know.
Yeah, probably got a slight different system over the States here, but the UK that kind of system seems to work quite well. At least the people that I know, anyway.
Cool.
I mean, just to give you an idea, there's a project. It's gone on hold at the moment because I think the guy's trying to get planning permission. There was somewhere down Southway. This guy's got I think it's his uncle's farm, and he runs a business selling shotguns and ammunition and all that sort of thing. And he wants to convert this place. It's a bit like a country club, but you can come and do shooting, and there's a shop, and there'll be like a bar and a restaurant and whatever. And he wants it all to be as off grid as possible. He wants to tick every green box. And he sort of said, well, judging on the size of the place, what sort of square meterage do I need? If I have photovoltaic arrays out in the field next to the house, what sort of square meterage would make it worthwhile for me? 10,000. 10,000 square meters.
There must be shit solar arrays then.
No, it's a lot of power. You know, his house is
England,
fine,
you don't
but
get a lot of sun.
He's got 3 separate buildings. You know, one's going to be the shop, one's an administrative sense, and then the other one's like the clubhouse.
I thought you were just talking about your own house.
Oh no, we ground source heat pumps. Well, he's got a I don't know 10-15 acre field next to his house that hasn't been touched in years. And I said, oh, so you don't mind if we dig it up, dig trenches, and lay the pipes in? He said, oh no, do knock yourself out. And then when he said, oh, it's clay, well. Wet clay soil is the perfect conditions for ground source heat pumps. We said if we're going to dig it up, when we're done, we'll cover the area with photovoltaic arrays. 10,000 square meters of it.
Can we just go back to the parts where you said that, A, he sells guns, B, you can go there shooting, and C, they have a bar there.
Well, they will have when he actually gets planning permission. I think that's the fly in the ointment at the moment, because I was looking at this 3 months ago and nothing's happened. He's gone off to planning but there will be
I'd imagine it's going to be pretty hard to get permission to have an on-site bar at a place that people shoot stuff.
No, just as long as you have the drinks after the shooting.
Yes, not before.
That's never a problem. But of course, you know how the easiest way to make £1 million in the gun and shooting trade in the UK, don't you?
Ammo.
Start with £2 million.
Oh, nice. This is why I prefer golf, because then I can drink the whole time. Not just after.
No, I'm not.
I would have thought making good money, maybe contract killing if you've got lots of guns. That could be a good way of.
I'm thinking of going into that, to be honest. I hear it's quite lucrative. And some of my favorite films are,
Yeah, press play, please, Terry.
Oh, okay.
Let's have some woo.
I didn't even notice you'd lined up another video. I'm laying in bed staring at the ceiling.
Well, maybe you should pay attention a bit more.
Yeah, I'm going to sit up. In fact, while you play this, I'm going to watch it on my phone, smoke a cigarette, and have a coffee. Back in the tick.
combat.
Press play, please, Terry. I'm making sure I say please because Farmer Boy tells me off.
Oh, yeah, you'd get told off from Farmer.
You wag your
This
finger
is
at
a
me,
really
young man.
Interesting question. Why can't you travel past the Antarctical wall?
Antarctical.
So what are they hiding away that we cannot see?
What are you talking about?
The Antarctical wall.
Try
Anybody
to
know
take
what
a
that
break
is?
from the plane, you get stopped.
Oh, come on.
But when I say stopped, we're literally saying if you do not turn around, you get shot down.
You're so honest and open.
Whoa.
Will you please control yourself?
Wow. I honestly feel like if I walk through, there's another dimension. Completely different, and it's on another frequency. Whoa. I feel like I've hit a brick wall. This is meant to be us. I don't see it like that. As it's round, but I don't see it as a globe. I'm actually seeing it like this.
Yes, well, that is a shame. Yes, a shame. That is exactly how I would put it.
So we're all in here, all our countries. We can't go off the edge because we're not allowed to go over.
Everybody knows that. Of course we do, sir.
What I feel is that if we go to the edge, and this is where we get stopped. So we can't fly there, we can't go on the boat, we get stopped.
Fuck me sideways.
The minute we come out of here, I do feel this is where I'm like, whoa! Energetically, I'm getting stopped.
I know.
So, whoa! When I look at this card straight away, I got the Giants.
Skip to the end.
The Giants are going to be brought back through the Atlantean time.
Oh dear, we are in trouble.
So it's basically in game time now. Get ready. We're here. We are taking it on. And look, this is letting us know that we're going to be shifting in that new Earth concept.
Yeah. That's not going to happen.
So this is this, and that there is there. So we are shifting, and it's getting ready. So there is going to be a massive shift.
Not gonna happen! No, not gonna happen!
Right, I'm gonna go and paint my dick.
Yeah, I was going to say she did have the Kiwi accent there. She didn't
Yeah.
say deck.
Dick.
She said edge. I can't even say
Edge.
it.
Yeah, edge. Then edge.
Edge.
Do you know what? Right until the end, I thought that card that was on that stand was actually a poster or something on the wall behind her.
Yeah. Did you know shooting
Anyway, anybody
boats
know,
down at the Antarctical wall? Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say the Antarctical wall. What's this Antarctical wall? This is a new one.
Yeah,
Antarctical.
Blue said, how do you shoot a boat down? I don't know.
Yeah.
A flying boat.
My penguin army can do anything I tell it to.
Oh, is your penguin army got lasers on their chest?
They have indeed now got.
Yeah.
They are now fitted with the full laser upgrade.
Hi, Farmer, did you make me a coffee while you were there? Oh, he can't hear me. No, he can.
Yeah, he didn't have his headphones on.
Oh, you didn't. Oh, you didn't hear me. That's fine.
Where's our coffee?
Well, if you want to pop over, I'll make you one.
Bit far to go.
I yelled out to you to make one while you're down there.
Well, I made a cup of tea.
Oh,
I remembered to get me drugs out of the fridge.
oh, okay.
I'm going to say, Rosie and Nathan are over in Northampton. Shall I send them round?
No. Whereabouts in Northamptonshire?
Apparently they're in close to Northampton somewhere.
Well, so am I.
Yeah, I know.
Probably. What time are we at now? Yeah, the roads could be getting busy again out there.
He's making excuses. He doesn't. Your farmers doesn't want visitors. Clearly, he's making excuses.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I wasn't going to do the housework until tomorrow.
Okay.
You know, it does need it.
Excuse number 3.
Hey, look, if they want to come around, I'll put the kettle on again.
So when's you going to paint the fence again?
I haven't got enough to paint it again.
Ah. Well, you'll have to go
didn't
down to the
realise how long-
hardware shop and go buy some more paint.
I'd have to put. Well, I got one of those, you know, the big tubs, and yeah, there ain't enough to do the fence a second time. I could probably do another panel, but no, it wants another coat, but that'll wait.
Another couple of years.
No, I don't think I. No, I'll try and fit it in the next month or two, but my shoulders are killing me.
Didn't you use other hand?
I was swapping hands. Yes, you're supposed to change hands at 99.
That's when you need one of them electric spray.
Yeah, but
thingies.
where he is, he wouldn't want to get stuff in the air, the mist of paint going
Well,
everywhere.
I've got an airbrush, but I think it'll take me even longer to spray.
Yeah, I was
the fence
going to
with an
say a little airbrush.
Hell yeah,
That'll take you
Yeah.
forever.
I mean, it's got a hopper that's about yay big. 'Cause
Yes,
it's, you know.
that's it. You might be able to do a nail or something.
Yeah, just looking at the guy. I was using a 2.5-inch brush. That was just the right size, but yeah, there's the fence is quite a few meters worth. So
Why didn't you use
Yeah.
a broom?
no.
I've seen a bloke with one of those soft bristle brooms with the paint roller tray, and he painted with one of them.
Just throw the paint at the fence. Don't worry about it. Just get. Might you need to use a lot of paint, but it'll be all right.
Yes, honestly, that'd make a bloody mess, wouldn't it?
Wash it away into the next doors. Don't worry about it.
So here's a scary thing. That's the drug I inject myself with every week. I think that's worth about 600 quid.
Wow.
Your drug dealer's increasing his charges a bit more, isn't he?
Don't cost me a penny.
Crack.
It doesn't cost me a penny, and unfortunately, this isn't the stuff that makes you high.
Oh,
damn it.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have to keep it in the fridge because it's what they call a biological drug. I have to take it out of the fridge and let it warm up so it sort of wakes up and becomes active.
Is it sentient?
No.
Sentient.
I don't think so, anyway. No, it's not a suppository. Good grief. Look, it's a bloody syringe. I'm not going to take the cap off. Is it a suppository? I'm not sticking that up my arse. Tell you that much. It's bad enough as it is because the hospital switch provider, this is ever so slightly different drug to what I've been using for years. And for some bizarre reason, the manufacturers of this one decided it's a really good idea to put a tiny amount of citric acid in it. So not only have I got to stab myself, but when I inject it in, it stings.
It's a bit stingy.
You know, did they do that for? Why do you want citric acid in it? The last version didn't need it. Why does this one? And I keep having to go at them saying, why? Nobody has an answer. No, exactly truth, nerds. This is not the stuff you melt in a teaspoon.
Yeah.
Fred Bailey says it's more intelligent than a flurf.
Oh God, yeah, yeah.
Also, is it more intelligent than a flurf?
0.8 milliliters of adalimumab. Do give these drugs some stupid names.
I'm bailing on you guys. I gotta go.
Oh, okay,
Right,
Blue.
Blue.
We'll catch you
All right,
next
Blue.
time.
Yeah. Later, Blue.
Yeah, see ya.
See you later.
Yeah, we'll finish off with Simon.
Have a bit of Dan, are we? A bit of Dan.
Yeah,
Dan.
does he got his okay, he's not saying anything about his sponsorship thing. No.
So who was it? Somebody was confusing Simon with the other day.
What?
Somebody confused
Really?
Simon.
Somebody confuses Simon Dan with somebody else, really?
Really?
Yeah, Simon and Cats, was it?
I don't know.
I don't know.
It was. They said they sounded the same. I mean, it was as ridiculous as saying that farmers sounds like truss. Or
only to the Americans. I am Farmer's Boy, Druss, and Stingray.
Oh, and me as well. They keep.
Oh, yeah, that's
keep
right.
calling
And
me
you,
Farmer's
yeah,
Boy. Yeah.
yeah. I forgot I was you as well.
Getting annoying. I had that the other night when I was in what's his name server Discord. It's like, are you Farmer's Boy? Change your name? No, bloody not.
Don't sound anything like each other. Ridiculous. They're all tone deaf. I swear it.
Yeah, us Aussies
There
go
must be
down
a-
to Gems half the time, and then a few of them there think we're all the same person.
And
That's right, because you're all Australians. Therefore,
Yeah.
you must all be the same person. Yeah.
Yeah, it's strangely enough, it was American Farmer's Boy. You're absolutely right.
It usually is.
It usually is. The Yanks can't tell any of our voices apart. They all sound the same to them.
And then an English guy popped on. This is even worse. I mean, I was really insulted. This English guy popped on and said, "You're Welsh, aren't you?" You what? Bloody Welsh?
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? Oh, what's that then?
And the only reason why we're talking about because we're talking about a recipe for Welsh rarebit. You know how
right.
you actually make it. And he
Yeah.
said, "Yeah, it was right for you. You're Welsh." I said, "You what? How dare you?"
What? Cool.
Bloody Welsh.
I bet you asked him to step outside.
I almost
Fred
did.
gets Blue
Almost,
and
not
Bob
quite,
mixed.
but almost as bad as saying I'm French. I mean, that would be
How do you
really
get
bad.
how do you get Blue and Bob mixed up?
Oh, God knows.
They've got Bob's got a completely different accent to Blue.
Totally, completely, utterly different.
Couldn't get any more different.
Yeah.
I think maybe us Brits are so used to so many people having different accents that we can still differentiate other people's accents as well.
Yeah, probably a bit easier. I think we're probably about the only place in a country in the world where literally you can have a different accent from one side of the city to another part of the city.
Yeah.
Like East and West Manchester or East and West Liverpool or London. I mean, Jesus. I mean, there's how many different accents you get in London? I mean, holy crap.
You know why Americans have trouble with other people's accents is because they're too busy listening to themselves and other Americans.
Yeah, probably.
And when another accent comes along, they don't even realise.
Well, Australians all sound the same, obviously.
Oh yeah, obviously. What?
Oh, was that Druss?
Touche.
Hello?
Hello?
Who's that?
I heard
Who said hello?
I heard a hello.
It's Terse. He's in Discord.
Hello?
Where?
Check. 1, 2. Hello? Check.
Hello? Wait a minute. I've got to go over there and...
Yeah, he's
tell him we're live.
Yeah, okay, I'll go and tell him we're live. Oh, there he is. Hello? Hello? Say hello, someone.
I'm saying hello.
You already said hello. I'm saying hello.
Yeah, we're saying hello. Everybody's confused coming from the same voice now.
Yeah, I can do different voices, Terse. Look, I can even do a farmer.
Or you can do this accent.
Or you can do this accent.
Yeah, pretty clever, aren't I, Terse?
I was hearing farmer, but I don't hear farmer anymore. I heard them when I was listening to YouTube, but I don't hear him here. No, has he got a different name here?
What? I can do their accents. I'm pretty clever.
Oh, you're a ventriloquist. Okay. Does that prove flat Earth ventriloquism? I'm not sure. Does a parrot speaking like a human prove that, God was right and the Bible's true? Oh my God. My brain is spinning.
And by the way, you're talking on a live YouTube show at the moment, Tess, just so that you know.
I was just about to tell him that.
We're live, are we? What channel are you on?
We're live.
Yeah.
And
I can't see you on YouTube. I can't see you on YouTube. I can see you on Discord, but I can't see you on YouTube. So
why not?
I don't know. I mean, normally I see Terry. I see you all the time on YouTube, but I don't see you. Maybe it's just taking a wee while for it to pop up or something.
There we go. I'll put you all back to YouTube. I have to wait for the delay.
See, what I've got on YouTube is playing DayZ and testing, and that's it. I don't know. Are you testing? No, it's 34 minutes. That was 13 hours ago. Are you playing live? How did I get you live on YouTube?
Something's not right here.
Hey? Are you Sean Hawkins?
Who? Me?
No.
Who?
Well, Hawkins.
What? Oh, am I on the wrong?
Hang on. I know this one. YouTube? I'm Brian, and so's my wife.
No, I'm Brian.
Okay.
No, I'm Brian.
I'm Brian.
No, you're Brian. I know I'm Brian. I mean,
I'm only joking. I was just having it's just a laugh. I'm the only joke. Anyway, so what channel is this we're on?
My channel.
The perspective. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the only channel people should watch. Isn't that right, Farmer?
Oh God, yeah. Yeah, I don't watch any other channel. Well, the odd one or two.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when you're not streaming, then what's the chap to do? You know?
Yeah, well, I'm asleep.
What now?
No, not now, but when you're watching the other ones, I'm usually asleep.
Yeah. Damn those pesky time zones.
Terry is asleep even when he's streaming.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to say, you know.
All right, I'll leave Terse over there, and I'll mute myself over there.
I would, yeah.
And if I also deafen myself, you know what'll happen?
What?
I don't.
Terse won't be able to see that.
Will the world end?
Well, if I deafen, I won't be able to hear Terse.
What again?
Yeah. Yeah, the world's has ended, I don't know, about 50 times in my lifetime. And the globally...
I keep missing it. I must miss the memos or something, because...
Yeah, and the globally economic collapse has been, the Illuminati is supposed to be taken over about 30 years ago. About 30 times as well. Yeah, it's going to happen any day now. 30 years later, it's going to happen any day now. Illuminati's going to take over any day now.
Any day.
What time? 2 o'clock?
Yeah, 2:30 Tuesday.
Okay. Where were we?
Didn't say which Tuesday. But
No.
On Tuesday.
Oh, can't do that. I've got to do that first.
Did I just hear pigs then, or did I imagine that?
I don't know.
Did you hear a pig?
I thought I heard a pig.
You heard a pig?
I thought I did.
You thought you did.
Yeah.
Anyone got
Why are
any
you
pigs?
repeating everything I say? Is there a parrot in here or something?
I don't know. Why am I repeating everything you say? There's no parrot.
Polly want a cracker.
Can I press play yet?
Well, there's no video up, so.
Oh, jeez. What? Look, there. You happy now?
Make sure you put it back out to the peanuts as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. What?
No. Yes. Terry.
Yes, Space Matt.
Press play, please.
Okay.
Last month we looked at the first section of the Flat Earth documentary, The Next Level. We did our absolute best to refute everything in that section, and we go again. Hello all and welcome along to another episode of Flat Earth Friday with me, Simon Dan. Thank you very much for joining me. Before we begin today, another shout out for the new Simon Dan website. Please do go check it out. There you can find a new shop where you can get Thanks Bob t-shirts like this one, or you can tell people that the Earth is not flat, like I do. The link for the website will be in the description. As I said, please do check it out. Right, moving on, and we get back to our debunking of The Next Level. If you don't know about this, it's a sequel to the documentary Level made by flat earther Eric Dubay and his friends. We join them in this sequel as they start to talk about the North Pole.
The North Pole is a biggie. It's always been in my mind. I've juggled with the idea, is there hidden land? Could they have possibly hidden a continent in the Arctic Ocean, which is seemingly an ocean? They could hide land there. Many old maps will show you the Hyperborean, 4 continents, and in the centre, Axis Mundi. And I think that's what's there. I think there is Mount Meru. And I think that gives off an acoustic device.
So let me get this straight. Because of an old map, you think there's a mountain in the middle of the North Pole with an acoustic device inside of it. So let's take a look at the North Pole, shall we? Doesn't seem too mountainous to me. Now it's well understood, of course, that the North Pole sits on the Arctic ice sheet, which is a giant sheet of ice covering the Arctic Ocean.
There's definitely something special going on up there, and if you just think about that long enough, why do compasses point north? I mean, that's really wild in itself. What if we all took our compasses out and just followed them until it stops?
Why is that wild? The Earth has a magnetic field which acts like a bar magnet. The magnetic field lines travel from the pole outwards in a loop and back to the other pole. A compass merely points in the direction of these field lines.
A compass will always point north, towards the magnetic north. There's some kind of force or some type of energy, frequency, vibration that's pulling that needle to the north.
Yes, the Earth's magnetic field, driven by the rotation.
That doesn't make sense. If a compass, for me, does that mean it's pointing north, but I can have it to direction for south? I can't work that one out.
Rotating
all these old books they've read. Like, do you think their lives would be completely different if they'd read Journey to the Centre of the Earth?
Oh. They'd probably think that's a documentary.
Oh dear.
Molten outer core, something that a flat Earth cannot do.
It's crazy to think that all compasses are pointing north.
I'm sorry, why is that crazy to think? Are these guys for real?
To the North Pole. No compass points south.
Well, the other end of a compass needle points south, doesn't it?
There is no South Pole. No compass that's going to go south. No, it's come to the north. There's something there.
Certainly not a brain cell.
I think we could all agree there's something there. And it's crazy that they cover it up. They've covered it up for so long.
There's ancient civilizations, the Nordics. There's people have talked about, the Rupert Nigra, the Mount Meru, the giant magnetic mountain at the center.
An entire magnetic mass or a mountain that is strong enough to make everybody's compass point north.
When I was a kid in school, they showed us a National Geographic video of the guys that were getting to the North Pole, and they just basically made it look so horrible and miserable and dark and cold that no kid ever in his life would go, hey, I want to go to the North Pole.
Because it's the North Pole. What, you want them to dress it up? They didn't make it look like anything. It is what it is, the North Pole.
So if you watch any documentary about the North Pole or anybody venturing to the North Pole, all you're going to find is some dude mobbing on an ice sheet, and he's got a little device in his hand. He's like, 3, 2, 1, North Pole. And that's not the North Pole, man. That's bullshit.
Totally disrespecting the achievements of these people is not going to make your case any better. These people go through hell and back to show the limits of human endeavour. And you sit there in a beanie hat making cheesy music videos.
Met Helen. Who'd you meet?
Helen
back.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Videos refuting anything that seems a little bit too hard for you.
I think that there's possibly a North Pole hole.
parts of the electromagnetic torus, which gives off a green light, which you see as the northern lights.
Any evidence for that, or is it just a guess? Because we know what causes the northern lights, and we have evidence for it.
The North Pole is the centre of the Earth. It is a hyperbola. Because we live in a toroidal field solar system, there must be a plane of inertia intersecting it in the middle, and there must be a hyperbola, hourglass, in the middle. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 5, it calls this Mount Meru. And why are we not allowed to go anywhere near there? Well, simply because you cannot go there. It is a magnetic toroidal hyperbola. Therefore, there is no way that you can fly anywhere near the North Pole in the centre of the Earth.
The word Salad King there. Plenty of flights have, of course, flown over the North Pole. Emirates regularly fly across the North Pole on their routes from Dubai to the west coast of America.
Admiral Richard Byrd said he found more land, in the north as well as the south. There's a book called The Smoky God of a father and son that ended up finding more land in a race of giants with technology beyond your wildest imagination. Cartographers have charted, maps with land in the center, where all compasses point. There's just a lot of evidence pointing to more land. So yeah, 100%, I would put my life on it that there's more land at the north.
Are you sure about that? You shouldn't really say that if you haven't passed high school science.
It's just as heavily guarded as the south.
Can't like go check the north and yeah, let me go check. I'll take some pictures and videos and come back. You're not even gonna get that close. You're gonna be turned around, the same as the south.
All the way up until the 1600s, they had 4 land masses around the North Pole region. And right after the 1600s is when it slowly started disappearing until finally it was all gone.
Yeah, sorry. I forgot that in the 1600s they definitely absolutely had satellites so they could see what the Earth looked like. Definitely take their word for it.
And you can verify this for yourself if you just go back before the 1600s and look at maps of all sorts. You'll see these land masses on each one.
Where they were
and
making
then,
shit up.
Sure thing. These land masses just started being deleted from history.
It's called correcting our mistakes and making something more accurate.
I mean, yeah.
So what are they hiding at the North Pole?
Everything was all touching, wasn't it?
If you
like
want
all of the continents were together. So why don't they believe that?
If you want to comment more than a few words, Limey, just say press pause for a minute. That way
people
can
yeah,
hear
my
you.
bad.
Because no one can hear you.
All right. Well, my apologies. I didn't think it was going to be that long a comment, and then it just started coming out, Anyway, yeah, like, why not go back that far and say, oh, they're lying?
These idiots are using maps drawn at a time when nobody had been there, and they were just literally making shit up. There is land at North Pole. You just have to go down about 12,000 feet to find it. It's called the seabed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you got to go down.
That's why submarines can go under the North Pole ice cap.
Okay.
Yeah, go.
If we sit back and observe all of this evidence, this eyewitness testimony, the verdict would come back guilty. It would come back guilty.
What would? The North Pole? Seems a bit of an odd thing to say.
If the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour in a curved trajectory, we're dropping at a rate of miles per minute, but somehow none of that inertia affects these rocks here.
Yes, because when you picked up those rocks, they were spinning with the Earth too already, as are you standing next to it. It's all relative.
Which are perfectly balanced.
The fact is, the Earth is stationary, and that is scientific, not pseudoscience. In 1879, George Airy, astronomer royal for 49 years, who did a telescope experiment and proved that the Earth was stationary.
That is completely not true. Airy's water telescope experiment was designed to try and detect the theorized ether. The idea was that a water-filled telescope would give a different stellar aberration value than an air-filled one. Stellar aberration is the slight movement of a star from its true position because of Earth's velocity in its orbit. Airy detected no change at all in his experiment, which debunked the ether theory and only confirmed a moving Earth. Amazing that Santos brings up an experiment which actually proves Earth's motion.
Then we have Parallax, also known as Rowbotham, who carried out an experiment in the late 1800s on the Bedford Levels experiment, where he went at a distance of 6 miles, which should have showed up some sort of curvature of around 16 foot. No curvature was seen at all.
This one really annoys me. So the Bedford level experiment actually did prove curvature. Wallace, the same Wallace who was Darwin's best buddy, set up the experiment as follows. On one bridge, Wallace placed a black band, then halfway up the canal, about 3 miles, he put a pole with 2 discs on it. Then he viewed the first bridge from 6 miles down the canal. If the Earth was indeed flat, then the top disc and the black band should be seen together. But in actual fact, he saw this, which shows us that the Earth is indeed curved. Dear oh dear, another piece of curvature evidence that the flat earthers bring forth.
Then we have Michelson, Morley and Sagnac in the early 1900s with their interferometers using light instead of telescopes this time. And with their interferometer experiments, they proved that the ether over the Earth, the field, is moving and the Earth is stationary.
No, they disproved the existence of ether.
Let's look
they
at
couldn't
the
find any
actual
evidence of it.
evaluation
Don't
from
lie.
Michelson, shall we? Ah yes, that bit here which the flat earthers read, and then this bit here which they clearly do not. You're destroying yourself here, guys.
We also had Michelson Gale. They did an experiment in the 1930s and proved that the Earth is stationary.
And guess what?
One of the greatest science experiments of all time, in my opinion, is from Marconi. Marconi in 1901 set up transmitters to send radio waves, like signals, wireless signals across the ocean, Atlantic Ocean, okay? So he has one set up in Europe and one set up in Canada, okay? And they're sending signals. I think the letter S was the first one. Boom. And it worked. Almost 2,000 miles across the ocean, they got the signal. There's no curvature. You're talking about 600 miles of curvature between the 2 points. But it worked. Because all water's level. I don't even know if he was trying to talk about that at the time. It was just more about his technology that he was coming out with. And have you learned about that in school? No.
Marconi used medium frequency radio waves for this transmission, light waves which are reflected off the ionosphere. That is how he got that signal to Canada.
Then we have Pierluigi Ghina, a colleague of Marconi.
Oh, God, the music.
And before he died, he showed people in his laboratory how the Earth is stationary. You can go to my channel, Mr. Astrotheology, and you can see videos of Mr. Pierluigi Ghina proving in his laboratory with strobe lights how you can prove quite easily that the Earth is stationary.
I will check that one out, Santos, but it probably gives the same result as the rest of the recommendations that you've given us.
Every scientific experiment throughout time looking for axial rotation or curvature has proven the opposite. They don't teach this in schools. Any observation, when you go outside on a calm morning, you can see a perfectly glass lake. And your senses will tell you that nothing is moving.
Yes, because our senses are so trustworthy, aren't they? Here's an old video I did on that, by the way, and it's very interesting.
We, stationary Earthers, we have science, real science, on our side, and the Globies have pseudoscience. In fact, all they have is Einstein saying, I have come to believe that no optical experiment can prove that the Earth is moving. And yet, the Earth is moving.
Yes, and since then, people have actually seen it moving, haven't they? People have seen it rotate with their own eyes from space. Science!
Yeah, Albert Einstein. I always recommend people, go watch Albert Einstein in his interviews. He's reading cue cards. He's reading notes that someone handed him. Kind of like people on TV nowadays.
Oh yeah, no possibility that he wrote those notes himself, is there?
There is no optical experiment ever been conducted that can prove that the Earth is moving.
The Earth is spinning at 1,040 miles an hour. You can't feel it. You can't measure it. You can't observe it. You can't repeat it. But trust us, there's not one experiment that shows the Earth is spinning or moving whatsoever. There is, however, an experiment that was proven in Behind the Curve.
Bob Nodell was talking about the ring laser gyro, showing that there is a apparent 15 degrees drift throughout most of the day.
Oh my days, oh my days, oh my days, here it is.
Is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift.
Thanks, Bob.
15 degree per hour drift.
Thanks, Bob!
And this was taken out of context. It was later, the experiment was done at a higher altitude, and it showed a different rotation speed, which absolutely proves it's not the Earth that's moving, that it's the ether that is spinning above us.
Oh, of course it did, Dave. And where is the evidence for this repeat experiment?
Netflix is mainstream. Netflix is the alternative mainstream narrative. Netflix can't go against the grain. They'll lose their contract.
A documentary, like a mockumentary. I'm sure someone watched our movie and was like, whoever made this movie is a government shill, and they're just trying to hide it. Netflix is in on it, trying to hide it.
Yeah,
he accidentally proves that the Earth is round.
It was the biggest mic drop. It was the biggest mic drop. And I love that you kind of cut it. The thing is, we have technology that is outrunning their lies. Now we have time lapse. Ooh, imagine that. We have time lapse where we can point at the sky, and year after year, day after day, hour after hour, the sky's...
Time-lapse is not new technology. And yes, it does appear to spin, of course, but that's from our perspective on a spinning globe.
Every day there should be different stars, random stars, in the sky if we are travelling at 650 million miles an hour.
No, there shouldn't. Who says that? Why would there be? The nearest star to us, other than the sun, is over 4 light years away. That is a tremendous distance.
Which is Mach 870,000. Do you really believe that every year we move through space at 5.5 trillion miles every year? And yet every year the same stars keep turning over our Earth. Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces. Year after year after year, and yet none of those constellations distort, change shape.
Actually they do, and have been for most of Earth's existence. For instance, given current radial velocities of all the stars, the Big Dipper will actually look like this in about 50,000 years' time.
Get brighter. There has never been, in recorded history, we have never seen any star get brighter or dimmer.
Here is Betelgeuse dimming between October 2019 and February 2020.
Or any shape of those constellations which are still recognisable today as they were thousands of years ago.
They have changed slightly since then, just not enough to notice.
They never suffer any parallax or distortion.
Polaris has never moved in all of recorded history.
Our survey said...
No.
Yes, it has. And it won't even be the North Star in about
wrong.
300 to 400 years.
Point your camera up at Polaris and do a time lapse and watch God's
Do a
timepiece spin above you.
Polaris moves every night, all the time.
And we move 5 trillion 694 million miles through space every year. Congratulations to you if you believe that.
Thank you.
If you look back in history, you got Universal, their company. They started off with a logo with a globe in it, but it wasn't until like the 1920s that they actually had the motion one where it was a spinning globe. And they actually had an airplane in the early ones, like leaving a chemtrail that said Universal, which is kind of funny.
Really?
Nobody has been high enough to even see what it looked like. They were definitely trying to instill the image of a globe in people's heads because obviously early on in the movie industry, they were one of the most popular companies to make movies, so people were going to the theater and seeing this globe.
So they're showing you a globe before every single movie to program your mind. They were showing this globe before they even went up there to see what it was.
Okay, fine, but then we do go up and see what it was, and then you don't believe it.
I think the first man ever to go up and check is Picard going up there. I mean, that's a story we're not taught in school.
From the practical point of view, Professor Picard's experiment is of the highest possible importance.
These timelines, these dates, these are facts.
We got August Picard coming out in the 1930s in an actual publication by a science journal saying that the Earth looks like a...
Limey said, can you hear him?
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
you can now.
can't hear you. No.
All right. No, I was asking a question, but I don't know. That guy talking with the mustache, is that Flat Earth millionaire fellow?
Yeah, it might be. I think.
And then who's that bloke with the long hair and the leather jacket? Because I've only ever seen him like.
Well, and the glasses, the one who was
pontificating. Yeah, glasses.
That's Martin Liedtke.
Liedtke, yeah.
Liedtke.
I never remember his name.
Yeah, there's a D in there.
He's absolute fruitcake.
Has he got a channel?
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Right.
Isn't he the one who's a pharmacist as well?
I'm not sure what he is.
I think he is. I think he is a pharmacist.
All right. Yeah, I found it. Awesome. Thank you.
Press play.
Flat disc with an upturned edge.
It seemed. Picard went up to over 15,000 meters. At that height, the curvature of the Earth would still be very slight, certainly difficult to see through a small porthole.
Besides Universal programming you had Walt Disney programming you with space documentaries for almost 15 years straight.
Some pretty crazy propaganda in the 1950s. There was one called Man in Space. He's talking about taking men to the moon in a rocket. And then if we cruise on, we got Richard E. Byrd. He goes on Longines chronoscope, and he's sitting down and he's telling people...
Strangely enough, there's left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being.
Shortly after Richard E. Byrd did that interview, they put the Antarctic Treaty in place, and then 1 year later, NASA is established.
How dare us humans try to advance themselves, hey ODD? How very dare they? Okay, we're going to leave that there for today and take on the final part at the same time next month. I do hope you enjoyed this second part. I've tried to be as thorough as possible. I'll leave a link in the description for the first part so you can see both parts in one go. Then we'll have the third part next month, and then the month after that I'll put them all together like I did before with a giant supercut. Thank you so much for watching today. It truly is appreciated. If you enjoyed it, please do hit that like button. Let's try and get to 50,000 likes. How about that? That is your challenge, 50,000 likes. And of course, if you really, really enjoyed it, then please do consider subscribing too. I've been Simon Dan. Have yourselves a great day, and I'll see you all tomorrow for another Misconception Mini. See you then.
Well, that would have been today.
I thought it better to wait until after we'd watched it. I did note that Simon Dan did have an error in there. In one of his rebuttals.
He didn't, did he?
He did. The first transatlantic broadcast that he made was not MF or HF, and it wasn't a skywave bounce off the ionosphere. He used low frequency, and it was a ground wave transmission, and because it's a ground wave transmission, they actually follow the curvature of the Earth. Because he was using a bloody great big spark transmitter.
Yeah. And you could only do that with a long wave. You couldn't do that with a short wave.
Oh, it's very, very long wave.
See, there you go. I knew something.
Yay! Well done, mate.
That'll follow Earth curve. That's really cool.
Yeah, long waves. Yeah.
Yeah, we talked about it when we talked about history of science and engineering, didn't we?
We could have. I don't know. It's probably buried in my brain somewhere. Some of this knowledge.
That's why.
I can't.
Terry. because we did discuss this. We had almost a whole section on a show that we talked about it.
Not everything goes in one ear and out the other, Alan.
I didn't think it did. I thought lots.
I don't know
Sorry,
how to
about?
take that, Farmer, now.
Any way you like.
There you go. I fixed you.
I can unmute, you know.
How can they be so wrong in their own lives?
What amazes me is they can just spew so many lies without a second's thought. I mean, it comes to them as easy as breathing, you know. I mean, they're just sitting there going, "Oh, they proved this, they said that, da da da." And it's like, no, you've got everything arse about face. It's literally their entire lives must be opposite day.
A pile of rocks stacked on
I
top
was
of one
thinking the
another
same.
can't fall over because the Earth's not moving.
Yeah, the thing is, they know they're lying. Certainly, the likes of David Weiss, he knows he's lying. I mean, he's just doing it for money.
Oh yeah, he must be making a mint off of that app.
Yeah,
you
he
know?
is. Especially because all the ones who've signed up for a monthly subscription, he's got money coming in every month for lying and producing a big steaming turd.
Yep.
Well, we've hit the
Some of us
4
have to work
hours
for them.
mark. We've hit the 4-hour mark. We better do you know what?
Oh, is it time for me to go?
Well, you can stay here, but I know where I'm going.
Oh, I didn't know that's what you meant. I thought you meant quiz. I was like, oh, bugger.
What?
But yeah, if it's time to end the stream, no, mate, more power to you. No quiz.
No, you
awesome.
just can babble on for another few minutes. I've got to say me goodbyes out in the peanuts.
That's right.
And that everything.
He's
Yeah.
got to do his goodbyes and whatnot.
I can't guarantee Wednesday evening just yet. It'll probably be at the last minute if I did.
If you do, I'm going to be in Wales somewhere. So.
Oh, we could do a live stream from Wales.
Why
Well,
would you want to do that? Why would you want to have anything to do with Wales whatsoever? Why would
I'll
you
try
want
to see if I can be on top of a walking freezer again. Because I'll need to go up there to check.
Well, the less anything comes out of Wales, the better. So it's probably better not to.
What has got against Wales?
Got anything against Wales? Wales is a lovely place. It's just got lots of Welsh people in it. That's the problem.
Okay.
I'm going to a little place called Bryn Mawr. There you go. You're none the wiser, are you?
No.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Fine. Whatever. It's just this side of Merthyr Tydfil. And the last one I went to was just the other side of Merthyr Tydfil in Aberdare. Well, I'm now going to Runmer, however it's bloody pronounced. I don't know. It's not very picturesque around that part of Wales. I have to say it's a bit grey and sort of. Yeah.
Well, whatever name of town it is, and the pronunciation has probably got something to do with in the middle of it.
No, it's nasty cold you got there, mate.
Yeah. What's going on there?
Oh, they do, don't they? So they got the in the middle of it. The very word.
Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
Oh, in the middle. Lovely, isn't it? No, I've got an irrational fear of Welsh people developed over the years. I haven't had some good. I've had several bad experiences with Welsh people.
Sorry, it might have been your accent.
Reason.
Did you say you got an erection or irrational?
He gets an erection with Welsh people. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it?
An irrational fear of Welsh people.
Oh,
It is completely irrational.
Accent, to be fair. I think it's pretty good.
I used to work with a Welshman. He doesn't know how many times I come close to throttling the bloody life out of him. God, he was so annoying.
You do realise I am legally Welsh.
Well,
Oh, that explains a lot.
Oh, legally Welsh enough.
Oh, just kidding, Alan. You're awesome.
but you're part of the Norfolk posse.
No. I've never lived in. Well, I spent the longest period of time I've spent in Wales continuously. It's 5 days.
A week.
I've never been
Holidayed
there.
quite a few times in Wales. It's only because it was easy to get to in the bloody Lake District in the end. Got sick of driving up there.
Mm.
Just a shame because it's lovely up there, but that M6, it's just like, shall we holiday a bit close to home? Yes, let's try Wales instead. Or certainly East Wales, because it's very easy to get to.
Why would you want to do that?
Because there's some very nice countryside in Wales.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
I want to do the Lake District, definitely.
The Lake District is very nice. It's just that trek up the M6. I just seemed to go on forever. Once you got there, yeah, cracking place. I mean, we honeymooned up there and everything. We did Scarfield twice and some very, very nice countryside up there. Some very nice places and some very nice people. It's a pain in the ass to get there from down here.
Yeah.
I went there quite a few times when I was a teenager. But yeah, and we used to go up the A1 from London, up the M11, up the A604, onto the A1, all the way up to Scotch Corner, left onto the A66, over the Pennines, and then down into the Lake District from Carlisle.
Yeah, something like that. I haven't been up there in ages, but yeah, it's very nice up there. Very nice part of the country.
How far north is it from, like, say, London? Like, hour-wise or something?
Hours.
Hours?
Bloody hours, yeah.
Okay. Is it pretty close to, like, the Scottish border?
It's getting that way.
Okay. I will definitely see
the
it
Lake
at some
District. If you looked at a map of Great Britain, where you've got England and then you've got the Isle of Man, it's about level with the Isle of Man.
Oh, all right.
Because this was all part of the nonsense we had with Oakley and Riley and that when they said, "Oh, we can see Ireland from Blackpool and all the rest of it." Because you know the photo that turned Ranty back to sanity with Blackpool Tower and the mountains in the background. That's the Lake District. In that photo, you can't see Barrow-in-Furness. That's in the Lake District.
Yeah, let alone let alone Ireland.
Yeah, they said they could see Ireland, but what they could actually see was the Isle of Man because that's in between us and Ireland.
That's brilliant.
You can see Northern Ireland from the Lake District, but you have to be on top of Scarfield Pike. Or
you have to be high enough on the clear day to start with, yeah.
Or one of the other 3,000-foot mountains.
Yeah. But no, if you can endure the trek up there to have spend a week in the Lake District, it's very nice up there. It's very nice country. Because you've got the lakes, you've got Windermere and Coniston Water and all the rest of it. It's some very nice countryside up there. But in the end, we just got fed up with the seemingly endless bloody drive.
It'd be definitely something to do, like try and do like a week in it, because a drive like that to go up for a weekend, it'd be bloody pointless, wouldn't it?
Yeah, if you're going to go up there, you want to make a week of it. Yeah. Well, let's see how long it would take me to drive to Barrow-in-Furness from here. It's 233 miles, and it's just under 4 hours. And I'm closer to it than London.
Yeah.
Where am I going? Past Birmingham, Manchester?
Yep, past Manchester.
Oh, I'll go there.
So keep going north. Keep going north. Right, you see that lump of land that's adjacent to the Isle of Man?
There.
That's the Lake District.
I thought though. Yeah. I was getting closer.
Yeah. They are Whitehaven and Keswick and Ambleside. Everybody. Oh yeah, Ambleside.
Oh, Ambleside's lovely.
Yeah. Sellafield nuclear power station.
Glenridding, which is where I used to go and stop.
Yeah. Some very, very nice places. If you can make it up there and you can spend a week up there, I strongly advise it. It's a nice part of the country.
My granddad was a foreman that built the foundations of Sellafield Power Station.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Very cool.
There you go.
Stewie wants
fame
to
wave.
click on
We
the
holiday
button
just
anyway. No.
we holiday just down the road from there.
My mistake. The A66 actually goes through Penrith, so you don't have to go to Carlisle to get into the lakes.
My father was, and still is, a bit of a twat. But he does. He is where I get my love of a good Scotch. So got to hand that to him.
We've got a Lake Windermere here, and we've got a Coniston here.
Yes.
Did I say grandfather or did I say father? Pretty sure I said granddad.
You
didn't
said grandfather.
Yeah, that's
granddad.
right.
Yeah, I don't
Just
know. I wanted to say twat, and my granddad was fucking awesome, so I jumped down a generation.
Isn't that where the what do you call it is over here? Along there somewhere.
The what?
Call it
Sellafield
the
is the
beach.
nuclear power station.
Yeah. The one that had a bit of a leak.
So am I on the wrong
It's
coast?
just east.
What are you looking for,
Oh,
Terry?
here, Blackpool. That's down here.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I thought I
Yeah.
was
So
too
that
far north.
photo, that photo that turned ranty, you know, it has Blackpool and the tower in the foreground, and in the background, you can't see Barrow, but you can see the mountains that are behind that. But you can't see that entire stretch of coast that Barrow sits on. You can't see any of that because obviously it's hidden behind the curvature.
Ah, wonder why.
Yeah, and Barrow-in-Furness is quite a large town, and I think that's where they still make they make submarines there. Is that Barrow?
Yeah,
I
well,
think it is, yeah.
Vickers are there, aren't they?
Yeah,
So
that's it. Vickers is there.
I think they made bits of the Challenger there as well, the tank.
Yes, it's a very grey town. I have been there a couple of times, but only out of need, not out of want.
Farmers, if you think the trek to the Lake District is bad, once upon a time my son-in-law was working for a logistics company, and they used to get driven up to a Scottish town that I can't remember, just over the border from the lakes.
Yeah.
On that side, pick up a Securicorps van, which they then had to drive to Nine Elms in London.
Oof.
And then they had to drive back to Thetford. And of course, he also had about an hour each way from Thetford to come back home after work each day. And he would sometimes have to do that trip 5 days a week.
Sod that. That's why I miss having a motorbike, because I mean, I could happily stay on the same stretch of road for bloody hours on a motorbike. Like, I don't know, it's just fun. I mean, it's even more fun, obviously, if there's nice curves. And there was there's a beautiful area we used to go riding when I lived in Michigan, and it was like almost like an English style country lane. It seemed like, you know, like it was a very, very small road by American standards, and the trees had grown over from either side, like, so it just created a natural tunnel. Oh my god, bloody lovely. I'd like to get a motorbike over here to go explore the country a bit, because I haven't done much besides Kent and yeah. I don't know, it's about it really. The occasional jaunt to like Devon or Birmingham or Norfolk, and that's about it.
Yeah, you've not really seen the prettier parts, the more scenic parts, have you?
Nope. No, I haven't done Wales or Scotland yet, or Ireland actually. So yeah, I definitely want to do those.
Yeah, funny enough, like neither have I.
Yeah, well, you should get on that, man.
But Terry, I don't think you've ever been to the Northern Hemisphere, have you?
Nope. I've hardly even been out of my state. A little bit up in Kingaroy in Queensland, as far north I've gone. West, I think Bathurst as far as I've gone west. South as far as Albury. And east, I think about 1/4 kilometre off the coast in a little boat.
Have you been in a plane before, just out of curiosity, or have you only driven when like traveling over there?
The only plane I've ever been in when I was a kid, my dad took us on joy flights down here. Alan knows the place just down the road here at that where the historical airplane place is down at Albion Park Rail, where John Travolta flew the plane in and left it there.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, back then there was joy flights.
Your local airport, basically.
Yeah, but it's not a commercial airport though.
Mm. That's cool. I don't think I've ever been in the southern hemisphere at all.
No,
like, not even as a wee sprout.
You might find a couple of differences.
Mm.
Like the stars go the right way and the moon's the right way up, and little things like that.
I think the furthest south I've been is a place that's called Tatooine.
Yeah, I like Star Wars.
Yeah, this is actually a district of a country called Tunisia. And
nice.
Oddly enough, it might have been one of the filming locations for some place far, far away called Tatooine.
Yeah.
Well, they got proper creative there with the name then, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they really went for it.
Where was it that... Sorry,
I have a feeling that Tunisia renamed the district.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Where was it? Was it New Zealand that most of, or a lot of Lord of the Rings was filmed?
Yeah, that was Lord of the Rings or something.
Yeah, I'd like to go check that out as well. That looked bloody lovely.
All right then.
Bloody long flight though.
Okay then. I'll have to say good night to everyone. Well, thanks Alan. Thanks Limey. Thanks Farmer's Boy. Thanks Space Matt. Who do we have out there? Stewie, Fred, Truth Nerds, Dora, Timbo, Turtle, Armageddon's Fire, Fred Bailey.
Don't be forgetting my Miss Mandy.
S. Thurston the second. I can only scroll up. Who else we got?
Oh no, I'm just messing.
Terce was out there, but I had to give him a spanner. He mustn't have been in the chat for nearly 12 months. His spanners wasn't there. Miss Mandy, 777. Clive Wells. Oh, shout out to Blue again. And M2M. And Triggered Limey there.
Always a pleasure, no ritual.
Yeah, thanks for having us on, Terry. I've missed this. It'd been a while.
Oh, we had a kit too as well. Zebulon. Who did I miss?
Did you get Vroom Fondle? I'm sleepy and I honestly can't remember. But I just seen Vroom Fondle pop up at the bottom of the live chat.
Yeah, and I think we had Spooky may have been in there earlier.
Yeah, it's hard to keep track, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I can only go up so far and I can't go back far enough to get everyone.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? If
Dart,
they say hello
John
and then
Stock,
shut up.
John Stock, Biggest Doggers. Oh, there's Spooky, right up the top where Truth Nerds was. I think that's everybody. Did I miss anyone? Was Carl there earlier? Did I see Carl?
I saw Carl's name mentioned, so somebody said to him, keep on live.
Yeah, I think he was there right at the beginning. I can't remember who else was here to start with. I used all the colours of the thumbs fondle, did you? Alright then, guys. Night panel, night peanuts. We'll see you again.
Night peanuts.